Is that your mission to find adoption out there? I like that.
Good evening, everyone. It is good to have you here in City Hall. It's the last commission meeting in this chamber for this calendar year, so very glad to have everyone here. It is, if you've not figured this out already, Tuesday, December 3rd, 2019, and you're here for our monthly voting meeting. First order of business is roll call, and so Clerk, if you could call roll, I appreciate it.
Davenport.
Here.
Parker.
Here.
Link.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Benson.
Here.
Naismith. Edwards.
Here.
Harrod.
Present.
Thornton.
Here.
Hamby.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have minutes to be approved from Tuesday, November 5th and Tuesday, November 19th, 2019. I'd entertain a motion for approval of those minutes.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Link, a second from Commissioner Harrod. All in favor of minutes approval?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, minutes are approved. Madam Clerk, do we have any written communications this evening?
No, we have none tonight.
All right, thank you. All right, friends, we have several opportunities for public input tonight. They're all going to work essentially the same way. You have 3 minutes for your comments. There's a light in front of Clerk Spratlin that will turn green when you begin speaking. It turns yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining and red when your time is up. And if you would, just fill out one of the public comment cards, which you can find either in the hallway or on the podium, and that makes sure that for the minutes we get your name correct. So now is the first opportunity for public comment on the consent agenda, and those are items number 1 through 16. 1 through 16. Any member of the public like to comment on the consent agenda, items 1 through 16?
Good evening. My name is Andrea Farnham. I live at, where do I live? 3785 Brookwood Drive, Athens, Georgia, on the southeast side. I just wanted to make a comment of appreciation for item 16, the appointment of an inclusion officer. And I would just like to make a plea for that position to actually have some decision-making power over especially issues of budgets and where money is, sent and allocated, and that if the position doesn't have any decision-making power over money, then it's pretty, empty, I guess. So thank you very much, and I'm excited that we're moving in this direction and that you all have the foresight to include a position like this. So thank you and good work. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other resident input on the consent agenda tonight? All right, seeing none, would any commissioner like to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, I will entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda. I think we've got some ordinances to read, and so the attorney will note those.
Yes, the first is item number 1, an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to parking restrictions on Pearl Street and for other purposes. Item number 2 is an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to all-way stop control at the intersection of Vine Street and Dublin Street and for other purposes. Item number 3 is an ordinance to amend the FY 2020 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia so as to provide funding for deferred compensation plan investment consulting services and for other purposes. Item number 4 is an ordinance to amend the FY 2020 operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia so as to provide grant funding, if awarded, from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's Stop Violence Against Women Act continuation grant program for expenses related to 4 investigator positions and a records technician directly supporting efforts to prevent and reduce crimes of violence against women and for other purposes. Item number 5 is an ordinance to amend the FY 2020 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia so as to provide additional funding for landfill dozer replacement and for other purposes. And that completes all the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. I appreciate it. Motion for approval of those consent agenda items.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Wright, a second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor of approving the consent agenda?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, those items are approved. Thank you very much. I need a motion now for suspension of rules since we have 2 new items.
I'll move. Second.
Got a motion from Commissioner Link, a second from Commissioner Parker for suspension of rules. All in favor of suspension of rules? Aye. Any opposed? All right. We had that motion because there are 2 new items. The first is acceptance of application for a Violence Against Women Act grant, which is item number 29. And the second is item number 31, which is a moratorium extension on demolitions in the western downtown area. Now is time when we have public hearing and deliberation on recommendations from the Historic Preservation Commission. Rules of public input are the same as previously expressed, a 3-minute opportunity. Recommendations are going to be disposed of, and we'll hear input item by item. So the first item is item number 17, the Western Downtown Athens Local Historic District designation. And so now we're taking input just on that item, number 17. So if there's any input, you may now come to the podium. And I know there are probably a handful of folks here, so you feel free to line up, queue up.
Mr. Mayor, I'll read that ordinance.
Thank you, Attorney Drake.
Ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to historic preservation designation of the Western Downtown Athens Historic District, including adoption of design guidelines for said district and for other purposes.
All right. Thank you, Attorney. All right. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Jill Bateman. I live at 1501 Wellbrook Road, Watkinsville, Georgia, 30677. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Athens First United Methodist Church as the Building Committee Chair. Tonight is our opportunity as property owners and as a community to provide our perspective on the proposal for the Western Downtown Local Historic District. As a property owner in the district, it's our opinion that additional local guidelines related to this proposal will halt future advancement critical to our church's mission. First Methodist is a growing church. It's attracting members and guests from Athens and surrounding counties who drive multiple times a week to downtown Athens. Our growth enables us to fulfill the church's mission of education, worship, and outreach. It also allows us to serve more in the downtown community each year with more volunteer resources and financial assistance. To effectively serve our mission, we must rely on our properties and space available within each. You may ask, is First Methodist Church committed to our downtown property location? Yes, we are. This answer has guided our research, conversations, and planning for the past 3 years. Our future planning exercises have strategically evaluated the quality of our properties. We've also reviewed renovation opportunities and efficiencies. In the end, our findings outline that the 110 West Hancock building is not viable in its layout and condition for a modern-day function. A 2017 building assessment confirmed an escalating need for replacement cost of various building systems, as well as upgrades for building components, totaling at the time $3.1 million. This would be a substantial burden on us, and it is in addition to regular monthly expectations for operation. First Methodist financial resources come from the generosity of our membership. We must be good stewards of these resources, and using it to replace aging system and building components for a building not suitable for continued use challenges our fiduciary responsibility. It also influences budget decisions affecting other church outreach and programs assisting downtown community residents and individuals with financial insecurities. First Methodist's attention to its resources and use is critical. It's our fiduciary responsibility. Instituting local historic guidelines for property owners establishes additional obstacles and influences future decisions for our congregation's ability to sustain and expand our outreach and growth. We must all be good stewards of our resources and work hard to do our best. Our hope is that First Methodist may have the same opportunity to adapt, grow, and serve as other faith institutions and charities that are not in historic districts. I respectfully request that you deny this request.
Thank you, Ms. Bateman.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is John Waters, and I live at 638 Millage Circle, which is currently being considered for local landmark status. I'm here tonight to support the designation of the proposed West Downtown Hot Corner Local Historic District. This designation is of special significance in that it includes a historic business center established by African American citizens, and includes 2 local historic landmarks, the Old Presbyterian Manse and the Morton Theater. Having been involved in preservation in Athens and across Georgia since 1966, it's clear that Georgians understand the social, economic, and aesthetic values of preservation, as well as the opportunity provided by Georgia's General Assembly when it passed the Georgia Historic Preservation Act in 1980. That act is all about maintaining a sense of place. That act inspired me to write a book explaining the evolution of preservation in America, including all aspects of the legislation, and I'm pleased to leave with you a copy of this book for each of you tonight, the mayor and the council. In a town like Athens, what we do not protect and cherish can be easily lost. So I urge you to act tonight to protect the proposed historic district without delay. I also applaud the tireless efforts of our planning department in setting the stage for your designation tonight. As with all Athenians, I support the Athenian oath, which pledged to leave the city not lesser, but greater and more beautiful than they found it. And I hope that history will record that that's what we've done. I will put this up. Bag of books, including the bag.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Good evening. My name is James Reap. I live at 125 Timothy Park Lane. I'm the graduate coordinator for the Historic Preservation Program at the University of Georgia, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity. For context, I wrote the original National Register Historic District nomination for downtown Athens, as well as a history of Athens, and I served on the first Athens Historic Preservation Commission. I'm here to express strong support for the Western Downtown Historic District, as shown in the revised proposal I believe was submitted by Commissioners Link and Hamby. This area, while distinctive and important in its own right, is a vital part of the whole historic downtown and deserves to be included. Downtown Athens, how it looks, how it functions as a unique district is a key factor in bringing people to Athens, keeping people in Athens, and bringing people back to Athens. In spite of my support, I'm disappointed that the boundaries of this proposal are not more expansive. While the proposal reflects the National Register boundaries, a National Register district and a local district serve different purposes, but compatible functions. The National Register is all about recognition of significance and ensuring environmental reviews of federal projects that might affect the property. It does not regulate the property. A local district is all about preserving the distinctive visual appearance and character of the district. Donut holes in the district, snaggletooth edges, and boundaries that don't respect view sheds run counter to the whole concept. It's also important to include non-contributing and vacant properties within the boundaries if they are clearly within the district's view shed. The goal should be that when and if they are ever redeveloped in the future, the district will be better, not worse. From a practical standpoint, the Athens-Clarke ordinance and design guidelines treat non-contributing buildings very flexibly. If I were the owner of a designated property in a district, an unregulated property in the view shed was developed without any regard to the impact on my property and the overall character of the district, I wouldn't be happy, to say the least. In summary, I urge you to approve this proposal, but also to think seriously about how you designate the boundaries of historic districts in the future to better ensure the preservation of the district's and the city's unique character. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reap.
Am I supposed to? No. Thank you. Hello. I think last time I got involved in kind of a preservation issue, I think Ovita and Allison were still on school board. So it's nice to
Just need your name.
see all of you. Oh, I'm Burtis Downs, and I live on Cobb Street, have an office on Prince Avenue. I'm commenting for myself as well as I've been requested to do so by my clients, REM Properties, who own a contributing structure within the proposed district. We all support the West Downtown Historic District before you tonight. The Historic District of Downtown Athens is a major factor in the unique sense of place that makes Athens, Athens. The historic core of the built environment contributes immeasurably to our city's overall prosperity, but with very measurable economic conditions created by the growing arts and music tourism that we so welcome. Visitors, I think we all know, don't come to Athens for the generic modern development found pretty much everywhere. They come to enjoy the Athens GA experience, a great deal of which relates to the special character specific to the few square blocks of downtown Athens. I think most everyone would acknowledge the important role played by so many of these unique historic downtown buildings in the development of the Athens music scene in the past few decades. Please, Athens needs to protect what it has and ensure that future generations enjoy these same qualities of city life and economic opportunity. You all have the power to exercise this basic government function. Please use it wisely and responsibly for the good of our community. Please vote in favor of the West Downtown Historic District and protect this part of downtown Athens. And I just want to say, I'm an elder in a church across the street, Presbyterian Church. And I certainly sympathize with churches that want to expand, and there are various ways to do that. And I think that something that came up on another matter of public interest, but relates to this, I think, was when a friend, 6 months ago on a social media site said, it's just so hard to stick to principles and not personalities. But I don't think it's that hard to stick to principles and not personalities. I think you have to stick to principles. And I think as one of the clients, when I was talking through this statement and said, what do y'all want to say? How should we put it? He goes, well, more preservation is better than less preservation. And I think the last time I was really involved in one of these is the time that there was a proposal for another church that got really involved. And I love the Methodist Church. I've been there a lot. I think it's a very important part of our town. I don't want to see their opportunities denied. But when the Episcopal Church was wanting to straighten Pope Street, it was said there were all these reasons it had to happen, and it was really going to affect their growth, and it was going to affect their ability to. And there are good people at Emmanuel, just like there's good people at all these churches. My church, all these churches. But the Episcopal churches had to straighten Pope Street, and there was a big hue and cry. I was part of it, and I don't remember who the president of the foundation was, but it was not Tommy. It was the last one before that. I guess it was Amy. And when push came to shove, they didn't straighten the street. The buildings didn't get torn down or moved. The buildings now house two perfectly good nonprofits. And the expansion occurred in different ways. When that's what happened under the regulation, the church adapted, the church figured it out. I think that probably the same could happen now. But again, I think we stick to principles and not personalities. And I hope you vote for the ordinance, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Downs.
Hi, good evening. My name is Pamela Cohn. I live at 121 Holly Hills Drive in Athens, and I am the executive director of S.T.O.P, which is at 234 West Hancock Avenue. I've been the executive director for 6 years at S.T.O.P, and we were tenants to begin with, alongside with the National, under the ownership of somebody who was very strongly for preservation, very strongly for retaining that side of downtown into something that would really grow into something noteworthy, which I believe it has become. We were very fortunate to have the opportunity to purchase the building, and that happened only because of the support of everybody in Athens. We could not have done that without you. We have a mortgage now, which we are maintaining, thank goodness, again with your support. But the fact is that that building really belongs to all of you. And it's a very, it's really a cornerstone in a way of downtown Athens. And I, myself, the staff, and the board at S.T.O.P all very much are for this historic district, Western Historic proposal. We feel that we are part of a theatre district. There's the Georgia Theatre, the Morton Theatre, S.T.O.P is a theatre, Flick is a theatre, and it's truthfully part of a district that should remain as is, so it can keep the culture, the enrichment of Athens. We have so many people coming into the building saying, we've heard all about Athens, it's such an amazing place. All of these spots in Athens, and they cite the places that I've just spoken about, and amongst others, and say this is what makes us come to Athens. It's the culture, it's the place, it's the feeling of artists being able to create, and the look of the place, and the feeling of preservation and history is part of what we love. So I would, really be incredibly disappointed, and I think many, many, many of us would be if this vote did not go for a yes. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kuhn. Evening.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Warrenfeldt. I'm a board member at Athens Cine. So we are a nonprofit cinema and art event space that builds community through art and culture. And not only do we screen great films, but we present programs that enhance cultural understanding, promote civic discussion, and affect positive change in our community. That's all done through our nonprofit status. And I'm here to represent the board to say that we welcome the chance to be a part of preserving the unique downtown atmosphere that makes Athens such a wonderful place to live, work, and do business. Preserving the character, history, and culture of our downtown areas enhances the vitality and livability of our city. So let's look beyond the monetary value of the properties in question and turn our attention to the value afforded by historic preservation, small businesses, nonprofits, and cultural understanding. Please vote in favor of the historic district.
Thank you, Ms. Warrenfeld.
Hi, my name is David Hyde, 190 Indale Avenue. I've been a member of this community for 27 years now, believe it or not. I'm a local business owner, a construction company, and I do a lot of historic work. Also, I'm a member of Historic Athens trustee and an executive committee member of the local U.S. Green Building Council. I believe very passionately about our district downtown. That represents what I do as a living, where we live, and I hope we pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Miller, 294 Oakland Avenue. I co-own Flicker Theater downtown. I wanted to talk about the consent agenda number 8, the resolution for the moratorium on Oakland Avenue. Recently had a baby, 11 weeks old. She sadly couldn't be here. Very tired all the time. Very cute though. But because we were about to have our first baby, and we were gonna do that. Like we keep the original Dutch lap siding and everything. And
Thanks, Mr. Miller. You'll be delighted to know that that passed a few minutes ago. So, yeah.
all right.
Hello.
Evening.
Evening. My name is April Brown. I live at 234 Highland Park Drive in District 8. And for the first time, I don't have anything prepared tonight, but I wanted to be sure to bring this up. I had a conversation, and I've known of both sides, pro and con, of the historic preservation. Antoine Stevens and I had a conversation about this particular issue, and I wanted to bring him up because he will be here later. I want to make sure he got credit for this. Athens brings up a lot about historical preservations, districts particularly, especially in the hot corner area, but as Antoine had mentioned, a lot of people kind of need to be reminded that there are a lot of small business owners, a lot of minority business owners, and the problem with historical preservation, historical districts, is it's almost like living in an HOA. You have to follow certain guidelines, and a lot of times fixing up those older buildings can get pretty expensive. And so we may still have the historical building, but then our small businesses are out, and then Target or a bigger corporation is in. One thing that Antoine Stevens and I discussed was Athens has something different that doesn't discuss something that I think a lot of metropolitan areas do, which is not just historical districts, but entertainment districts, shopping districts, bar districts. Something I will bring up in a later speech that is prepared. And I'm just wondering if maybe, just for consideration, if that's something that could be brought up. I know Commissioner Link particularly is concerned about some of the larger student housing complexes going right in front of the 40 Watt Club or in other areas like that. But if you designated an area to where it was a entertainment district, you could make it to where a residential area could not be erected. But you would still be able to have our theaters, our smaller businesses and all that, without necessarily infringing on the property owner's rights. I'm not saying that this is a 100% solid idea, but I'm just wondering if that's something that we could consider for the future of maybe looking into. I know we've got issues. People are like, we don't like as many bars in downtown or, with certain areas. So maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to look into with different types of districts. I also look forward to hearing from Mr. Tommy Valentine to see what his proposals are as far as grants and funding for these building owners, for these very old buildings that do need a lot of tender care and a lot of money to take care of. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Hi, my name is Victoria Van Huss. I live at 1050 South Lumpkin Street, apartment 201. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I wanted to express that I support the designation of the West Downtown Athens Historic District. I'm a historic preservation graduate student at UGA, and I believe, based on the studies and the books that I've read, that the best way to build and sustain community and belonging within our city is by preserving its character and histories. West Downtown is especially meaningful in regards to Black history in Georgia, not just Athens. This decision impacts people who live here, students, parents, alumni, football fans, researchers. The list could honestly just go on and on. I hope that you'll make the right decision in regard to the district, that you'll choose the betterment of the many over the interest of the few. And in regards to the financial aspect, I believe that you'll find the community very responsive to fundraising if it means they can live in a more charming and authentic area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hoos.
Hello, my name is Darcy Scales, and I live at 411 Pinewood Circle, Colbert, Georgia. I am a graduate student in the Historic Preservation Program at UGA as well. I'm also a secretary for the Historic Athens Board of Trustees. I was part of the class that did the initial research on Western Downtown, and I also worked at the planning department over the summer on the nomination. After spending so much time researching each building in Western Downtown, I personally believe that every contributing resource in the nomination deserves to be protected in their own right, and together they tell the full story of downtown Athens' history and development. However, I understand that there is a need for collaboration and compromise in the community. The majority of the buildings in the nomination were considered historic when the original local historic district was implemented in 2006, and it was an oversight to not include them in the first place. Throughout my coursework and meeting with the members of the Hot Corner Community and Business Association, I know that their history and buildings mean a lot to them and is crucial to understanding Athens as a whole. Two really important buildings in the Hot Corner no longer exist because there were no protections. Both Union Hall and the Samaritan Building were torn down and replaced with parking lots. This does not benefit the community. Approval of the Western Downtown Historic District would protect the remaining historic resources, recognize important Athens history and its people, and guide future development that complements the historic surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scales.
Just now.
Good evening. My name is Elise Hoganson. I live at 125 Cross Creek Place, Apartment 1, Athens, Georgia. But I'm here speaking on behalf of Historic Athens trustee member Laura Kaveklis, who lives at 530 Edgewood Drive, Athens, Georgia. Good evening, Mayor and Commission. I apologize for not being at this important meeting in person. A child coughed in my face over the holiday, and now I am moments away from an iron lung. My colleague Elise Hoganson has agreed to read a statement on my behalf. I have been a preservation professional in Georgia for over a decade. I have had the opportunity to speak about the importance of historic preservation and local districts to mayors and commissions, much like this one, in all corners of the state. I cannot say I am surprised that there has been a dispute about the extension of the downtown local district boundaries, as there always are when dealing with historic districts. However, I am disheartened that the most progressive mayor and commission in Athens history cannot unanimously come together to preserve a major component of our collective heritage. Hot Corners should have been included in the original local district. Expanding the local district is about being able to make compatible design choices and defensible decisions without a flippant disregard of African American resources. Please vote to expand the local district boundaries to include this area and protect these irreplaceable resources. Once they're gone forever. You have the ability to be inclusive of all Athenians and to show your constituents that their stories, their history, matters too. It's all of our history. It's our Athens. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Hoganson.
Hi, my name is Maxwell Nospish. I live at 250 Epsbridge Parkway. And first off, I want to say that I'm obviously not a property owner in downtown Athens, and I'm not even from Athens. Like a lot of people that frequent downtown, I'm an outsider to your community. I go here to school. In fact, I had never been to Athens before I moved in to my apartment the first day of class, or the day before class last year. So what people see when they come into Athens matters. What people who are only here for a little while, like me, like the majority of people that use downtown, what they think matters as well. And there's a couple things I always hear about in Athens. Oh my gosh, the music scene. You gotta check it out. Downtown Athens, it's great. You gotta go explore it. You gotta go down there every weekend. That's what you hear. And when you go downtown, you'll notice there's a little different feel between what's already protected under the historic district and the West Downtown area. What I see when I go to West Downtown is I see luxury student high-rises. I see dead streets. I see people where people are moving through, they're not stopping. I don't see that in the downtown historic district. And I think it's time we gave a national historic district, a local historic district to West Downtown so we can preserve what's left of it, so we don't get high-rise luxury student apartments that kill the street. So we protect the Athens music scene. 40 Watt is one of the last bastions left. I hate to tell you guys this as an outsider, but the Athens music scene may not be as big as it was in the 90s. And I think that we should protect what's left of it. And I think this historic district is a step in that direction. Also, the intersection of Hot Corner, it's one of those places where you don't really notice it when you're an outsider like me. But when you go there and you learn the stories and you learn the history of that place, you're like, whoa, this place is unlike anything else downtown. I mean, there's a barbershop, one of the cheapest in Athens, and there's great bars, there's the Morton Theater. It's this whole unique area that's totally different, and I feel it's time that gets recognized and that gets acknowledged with a local historic district to forsake that and to turn your back on that and to say, no, this is not as important as the rest of downtown. That's the historic district. Hot Corner's not. It's a travesty. And I think it's time that we acknowledge Hot Corner, that we acknowledge that area, that we acknowledge that all the view sheds like a previous speaker mentioned, because all that stuff matters. And when people visit your town and visit your community, that's what they want to see. They want to go to places like Hot Corner. They want to experience that. They don't want to go to luxury student apartments and see the CVS underneath. I mean, it's useful sometimes, but that's not what makes Athens Athens. And we are talking about the soul of our city, the future character of our city. And to neglect that and to not acknowledge it with a local historic district would be a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nospish.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Field. I live at 140 Edgewood Drive in Athens. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for giving me the time to speak to you this evening in favor of designating the Western Downtown Historic District. Western downtown has always been a part of my life, from going to the Phoenix regularly with my father, most memorably to get trail mix for our backpacking trips, to getting my rental cello and bass from Chick Piano for orchestra at Barrow and Clark Middle, to getting my first bike at Dixon's. In the later years of my youth, I began to frequent the Morton Theater to either work for Athens Creative Theater or see a wide variety and all sorts of types of shows. This is when I started to become more interested in our thriving local music scene and began to frequent places like the 40 Watt as well as many other venues, all ages, of course. When I first purchased my very first home here in Athens, I got appliance parts from Fox's Appliances. We've always taken our cars to Snow Tire for tires and lifetime rotation, and also played Little League Baseball for Snow Tire. For the time being, Creature Comforts has preserved that building for a few more years with their brewery operations being located there. I only frequented Wilson's Soul Food once or twice, but I now have friends that demand to go to the Manhattan for a hottie toddy or high life every time they come to Athens. Whether I'm seeing the Drive-By Truckers or other great bands at the 40 Watt, having a clock burger with tots or a slice of pie at Ted's, watching families have fun on the patio, to purchasing records at Yo Stuff, to having a bag of popcorn at the Flicker, or playing my favorite game at the Rook and Pawn. I've always been, Western downtown has always been a part of my life, and I'd love for my kids to be able to do the same. And that's one of the reasons why I serve the Board of Trustees at Historic Athens, so I can actively help preserve our culture and heritage that makes Athens, Athens. And a large part of that is our buildings, especially ones in the Western downtown area. Businesses will always come and go, but buildings cannot. I would encourage you all to vote for approval of designating the Western Downtown Historic District to help the future stay connected to our history. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Field.
Hi, my name is Jody Gratian. I live at 695 Sandstone Drive in District 8. I am the coordinator for Historic Athens's Hands-on Athens program, where we offer home repair assistance for low-income homeowners living in historic homes. I'm here in support of the Western Downtown Historic District expansion. I believe the local downtown historic district boundaries should be expanded to align with the National Register boundaries in order to fully ensure the character and integrity of our buildings and streetscapes and the diverse communities who built them. Much like politics, I believe the best preservation occurs at the local level, and that the benefits for inclusion far outweigh any perceived drawbacks. Historic district protections affect not just today's stakeholders, but generations of future residents and guests of Athens. Our downtown is a physical representation of our growth, our appreciation for the past, and our plans for the future. These buildings stand as a testimony to our diversity as a community, and planning for their future shows our strength today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gresham.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julia Yarbrough. I live at 130 Hickory Street. I'm a student here at UGA, and I intern for Historic Athens. One of the reasons why I fell in love with Georgia and I chose to go to school here was because of the really unique character and life in downtown Athens that's independent of, the university and the football team. It's not something that I saw in a lot of the other colleges that I visited. And I'm hoping that by establishing this distinction, students from years to come are going to be able to experience the same downtown that we are so lucky to have. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yarbrough.
Hello, my name is Carrie Gutchess, 138 South Stratford Drive in Athens. Just to give you a little background on myself, I've actually had the opportunity to work for the National Park Service, dealing with cultural resources, both in Atlanta Regional Office for those 50 or so parks in the Southeast region, as well as in Washington, D.C. for, at that time, the 425 national parks. And my focus was cultural landscapes and historic structures. I now am a professor at the university in historic preservation. And I am here to support the district. One of the things that's great about teaching historic preservation at this point in time is that history has changed. We're much more inclusive than we were before. From architecture, those things that we used to consider ugly things or vernacular things, not important things, they're becoming important. History, just ethnic inclusion, and also histories that we really wouldn't think about before. So when I teach my students, I teach about inclusion. One of the other things I teach is about boundaries, and honestly, it's about, my colleague was talking about snaggle-toothed district edges. I do commend the commission for expanding the boundary to be both sides of the streets, but still, if y'all were in my class, it'd be a B- or a C, just saying. Definitely want to include non-contributing resources. As we all know, compromise is both a win and it's also a loss. Last spring, I teach a course called Cultural Resource Assessment, and typically in that class, we try to find a site that has been underappreciated, and we do a lot of deed research, we do architectural surveys, we do city directory research, we look in the archives, et cetera. And I just wanted to say that last spring, we had the opportunity to work with the Hot Corner Business Association and the city to look at Western Downtown. And so we did an extensive amount of deed research, and just in case you didn't know, in 1868, I'll just repeat that date, 1868, Miss Minta Brown, a free woman of color, owned property about where Clocked is right now. Earliest person we could find there. We then looked through the decades at the various families, African-American families that owned properties along Hull Street in Western Downtown. And these are just some of the names of the families of those people. Monroe Morton, Ida Morton Scott, Peter Hawkins, John Billups, John Wade, the Morton family, the Wilson family, and Maggie Brown. So I will just conclude by saying, please vote in favor of designating the proposed historic district.
Thank you, Ms. Gutchess.
I need a pen. Thank you so much. Good evening. Need something? Oh, you need the pen back. My name's Drew Deacle. I'm live here in Five Points in Athens. I am the former chairperson of the Athens-Clarke County Historic Preservation Commission. I think I was on the commission for 6 years. Also currently on the Athens Downtown Development Authority, and I've approached preservation from many different angles. As a construction company owner, I celebrate preservation. I get COAs for my clients all the time. I find that the planning department is easy to work with. There's not a lot of hoops to jump through, and I do not feel like preservation places an undue burden on property owners, certainly not to the extent that some would have you believe. I've also obtained lots of COAs for myself, property that I own in Athens and have worked on that I've personally been involved in. I found the process typically pretty easy to work with. In this particular instance, I happen to own a building in downtown on West Washington Street. It's where Clocked, YOLO Low Records, Flicker Bar, Iron Factory, and Washington Square Salon are. And I can tell you that all of my tenants and I strongly support its particular designation. And I understand that maybe you guys are going to be able to consider it as a contributing structure, but that's my building. It's where my grandfather invented the machine to put peanut butter between two crackers back in the 1950s, and it's been in my family for 60 years or so. The building is very much like it was originally, from maybe 1910, 1920, right in there. Had metal siding. It never really looked like that fancied up postcard, so I think we've kind of established that. But anyway, I really support the district. I support everything other preservationists have said, and I feel like this is really the right thing to do for downtown, so I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Deacle.
Hi. Excuse me. Joe Hill. I live at 461 Quailwood Drive in Athens. I've been
Blessed to live and work in Athens for 20 years. Here in favor of the proposed historic district. Few things, personal experience in terms of the proposed district. The Morton Theater, for one. My daughter's has enjoyed Athens Creative Theater for many years, and we've been to many productions through that theater. It would be a shame to see a developer come in and tear that down. Think about the 40 watt, which preserves our the culture of music and the identity of Athens. I also think about Creature Comforts, a brewery that started in Athens, chose to stay in Athens, has invested in this community heavily, and they've done a great job of preserving that building that Snow Tire was in, as well as their other projects that they're working on. I think for me, it's about we are the classic city. We're not the modern city, and we need to be good stewards of our historic resources. I thank the mayor and commission for their time.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Good evening. I'm Scott Reed, 420 South Millage Avenue, and I am a preservation architect, so I am here to support the designation of this district. Historic districts are key to protecting so much of what makes Athens, Athens. It is a great city, and our history is something that is uniquely our history. No one else has that. Our architecture, our historic areas are an extremely important part of that history. Our character, much of which can only develop with the patina of time, deserves to remain as intact as we can allow. And the West Downtown District is a testament to an important moment in the history of the development of this area. And I think it warrants the protection that a local historic district would provide. It is proven time and again, especially in commercial areas, that local historic districts have a very positive economic impact on the area. And I know that so much research and study has gone into forming this designation report, and I really applaud those efforts from all parties involved. The only addition that I would add to that report, as Mr. Deacle mentioned, would be the inclusion of his building as a contributing resource to the area, as I very much believe that it is. And let's face it, who doesn't enjoy peanut butter between crackers? I encourage you all to come together and support the protection of our history and this great area by approving a designation of the West Downtown Local Historic District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Hello, good evening. My name is Shannon Henson. I live at 743 Boulevard, so I live in Commissioner Link's district. And I live in a historic district, and I think that very much benefits me as a property owner in that district. So I'm very excited to support this particular historic designation for downtown, because I think it's an exciting time to support what's previously been a marginalized section of our community. And I adopt and incorporate everything that's already been said in favor. I think everyone has made some excellent points. I'm particularly excited to hear from so many students, because they are the ones who come here with fresh eyes. And so I just encourage you to support this designation. Thank you. I'm going to fill this out.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Evening, Commissioner.
Mayor and Commissioner, George Maxwell, 790 Darien Street, Athens, Georgia. Tonight, I didn't come here to really talk about this particular item, Western Downtown Athens Local Historic District. But as I sat there and listened at the many people that came up here to speak, I'm probably the only person in this room that really knows about the hot corner. I grew up in Athens. My first haircut in Athens was at Roebuck's Barber Shop in the Moden building. I have been around hot corner for many years. And it would break my heart to see the destruction going on in other parts of the city would take place in the western part of Athens. There have been many people come up here today. They came here because of the University of Georgia. I came here because of my living condition. My mother and father moved here from Athens-Clarke County when I was 4 years old. I've been in Athens-Clarke County and around for almost all of my life. I'm 81 years old. I've seen many changes in this Athens-Clarke County, but it broke my heart when I discovered that part of what has happened on Hot Corner, there's no longer the Payne building where Mack and Payne Funeral Home used to be. There's no Samaritan building where the Samaritan Insurance Company used to be. There's only the Moulton building that was made possible by a Negro named Pink Moulton, which still stands, which our beloved city, Athens-Clarke County, now owns. But do you know the history of the Moulton building? When they used to have people come in like Cab Calloway, B.B. King, and all those other performers of the old days that used to perform in the Moulton building. I can remember the Wilson's Barbershop and the Wilson's Cafe next door used to serve some of the best food in town. I remember the Manhattan and all other places around Athens-Clarke County that I now see that breaks my heart when I go down Thomas Street and see those gigantic buildings that have been put up in place or where the other common people used to own buildings. Mayor and Commissioner, I urge and beg you to please keep this part of Athens-Clarke County historic so it will no longer break not only my heart, but many hearts to come after me. Those that have been here for a while know what I'm talking about. My time is up, but I will be back.
Thank you, Commissioner Maxwell. Appreciate you being on that side of the podium.
Hi, I'm Arizona Zimmerman. I live at 527 Odd Street. I'm in Mariah's district, which I'm pretty proud to be a part of. I just wanted to come up here as an active and proud participant in the music scene in Athens. I'm wearing my t-shirt that says "Keep Athens Weird," and if we don't protect the west side of downtown, then Athens will not be weird. Go Bar is already going away because there's going to be a large student apartment complex across the street, so they're not going to be able to have music every night of the week. That is a place where I've come to start playing music for the first time. I know Mariah did that as well. She started on the Hot Corner also with some of her events, and we've done a lot of work there. And preserving that would be helping to preserve the artistic and musical community of this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman.
I'm Van Johnson. I live over in the Odd Street community with AZ. Pretty close to Mariah, actually. Have been honored to work with her with some things here in the past few years. Came to Athens for school back in 2013, graduated in 2016, and I've stuck around. A lot of my friends have moved to Atlanta, and they say, you know, I moved to Atlanta to get a job. I say I stayed in Athens because I love it. I think that, as it's already been said, some of these large high-rises that have already popped up, even since I've lived here, they've been so noticeable that I work at the Georgia Theater. The view is already pretty much ruined up there because of Georgia Heights, but, you know, good thing we got that CVS down there. I also noticed there's not a whole lot of developers speaking here, which is great. I think it's pretty obvious just from the ones that have already been put in. You know, they had to alter a major intersection for the standard, and a lot of those retail spaces down below aren't even being utilized. But on a separate level, we have thrown a lot of musical events here in Athens, and a lot of that has been on the west downtown side. Working at the 40 Watt, at the Georgia Theater, a lot of these places. This is a huge cultural exchange, bringing lots of different types of people together to enjoy music, to learn more about the community. We've thrown events over in the Odd Street neighborhood for various charities. We worked with Chestnut Community last year. Music is undeniably a huge part of Athens culture, and I think that putting in more and more of these huge buildings will not only disrespect the African American heritage here in Athens by saying that it's not worth protecting, it will also ruin the beautiful skylines and views in our city, and also take away a lot of these venues that we can use for community and music. So I urge you to protect that district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
I'm David Montgomery. I live at 147 East Boggs Street in Lexington. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of three gentlemen whose names have already been uttered: Mr. John Wade, Mr. Theodore Brown, and Mr. Homer Wilson. These men and their families own the buildings on North Hull Street between Washington Street and the back of Little Kings. This is the heart of Hot Corner. These are all one-story brick buildings. Between them, the Browns and the Wilsons and the Wades have owned property there and operated businesses there for the better part of a century. They've invested their lives in this part of downtown. There's no way that anyone can say that these men do not love and care about this part of downtown. They've seen it grow and evolve over the decades. They want to continue to see it grow and evolve. Like nearly all the other owners of the property in the proposed district, they oppose the historic district designation. The design standards and guidelines that are already in place for the West Downtown area give the government reasonable control over the development in keeping with the comprehensive plan. This historic preservation ordinance, with its limitations on changes to the exterior, will affect especially these men. If another bank wants to come into town and build a Synovus-type building, they're not going to tear down the Cotton Exchange. They're not going to try to put it down where the 40 Watt is. But the areas on North Hull Street or Mr. Holcomb's Barbecue are prime areas to at least be considered. And what the preservation ordinance would do is prevent that consideration. If the aim of this exercise is to prevent more student high-rises, there are better ways to accomplish that goal. If the goal of this is to inhibit sales and reduce property values, then you ought to just come right out and say that. But that's not a proper use of the preservation ordinance. How ironic would it be to try to honor the history of Hot Corner by punishing the families that own the property in that area, who've been good citizens and business people, who've been responsible property owners, and who've kept the property all these decades. The government's thanks to them will be to condemn these buildings to remain in their current state and to require the owners and their families to maintain a museum at their expense for the rest of us to enjoy. One day, Mr. Wade and Mr. Wilson and Mr. Brown can stand on the sidewalk and look at the parking lot, the Synovus building, and think about the day this government voted to limit their property values and cost their income. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
Kiersten Morales, 338 Satula Avenue. I come here tonight as a resident of a historic district who has also fought this battle before you before. And I actually had a few things to say, but I'm kind of confused because I don't think there's anything right now that has anything to do with design guidelines for the western part of downtown, so I'm not sure where that came from. And as far as limiting, I would say this, so my house is over 100 years old, and it does not cost us extra money to maintain it. Maintaining a house costs what maintaining a house costs. As far as living in a museum, my house is very much a living, breathing, new house. We have the nest things to keep your house like going well. We have like cool insulation. Like there's lots of so this idea that we live in a museum because we live in a historic district, and if anything, it's benefited our house, it's stabilized our property values. What's affected our property values, ironically, are the snaggletooth areas outside of the historic district where new buildings come in and change their property values. So, but within the historic boundaries, it's actually stabilized things. So if we're talking about small businesses, if we're talking about making it easier for people to own businesses downtown and to rent spaces, having spaces like the western part of downtown where you have these smaller storefronts is, it only just makes sense. And really what I came up here to say is that historic districts are not negative. Historic districts are a celebration. They are us saying, hey, we really like this part of our city, and we think that that is worth saving. So I know it's really easy to get really negative about historic districts, but really it's lifting up parts of our city and saying, hey, this is something that deserves recognition. Not everything has to be big white columns to get recognition. There's lots of different pockets of this city that are worth honoring. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morales.
Hi, my name is Amy Andrews. I live at 282 King Avenue, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Western Historic District. Some commissioners have remarked on the fact that a small minority of owners in this area have polled in favor of the designation per the survey conducted by the ACC Planning Department. This is very unlike a residential neighborhood where buy-in to a local historic district designation is less controversial and more easily achieved. Most people in a residential neighborhood don't envision selling their house to be replaced with a multi-million-dollar development. It's not unusual that a majority of owners in this district are not in favor of the historic designation. Downtown is a speculative market. Most property owners will be opposed to any restriction on the future development of their investment. But this is why you have been given the authority to designate and to impose zoning restrictions. You have to decide what is in the best interest of the Athens community. You can let market forces dictate development of this district, or you can designate this district as a local historic district, which will still allow development, but will preserve those characteristics of the Northwest Side that we so love. They're part of our history. The designation of the original Downtown Historic District has been successful. We now have an urban target going in, so we know that development is not going to be stifled. It's just going to be controlled in a way that is going to make our future much more enjoyable for all of us. And I also want to agree with Professor Reep and Professor Getchis about the boundaries, the borders of this district. I understand why it was scaled back, but I do agree that it was drawn this way for a specific purpose and does not include parcels that should be included because they would fall under those new development guidelines. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Chris Blackman. I live at 1321 Lake Wellbrook Drive, Athens, Georgia 30606. I am here tonight as a property owner in the proposed district downtown. We own the bus station at the corner of Hull Street and Broad Street and did a recent renovation there, which I think turned out rather nicely. I did my homework and read the report as provided by the Planning Department, and it stated that there were 40 contributing parcels in the downtown district or the proposed overlay. Of that, 17 of those parcels are actually the condominiums at the top of the Cotton Exchange building, and that leaves 23 more parcels that are contributing parcels. I went through and pulled who owns each of these parcels, and each of them it can be boiled down to about 16 owners, and all of them are local owners in this area who I think have put time, effort, creativity into their buildings, and obviously love downtown Athens. My issue is not necessarily with the district itself, but the manner in which it has been presented to the property owners in downtown. We did not receive any notification that this district was proposed, but only heard about it from our neighbors who called us in to ask us our opinions on it. And it feels like that there should be full transparency with any government action, especially those for whom it is a real aspect of a change in the law. And so those of us that are property owners would like to have more information about what you're actually proposing. A downtown historic district may make perfect sense, or it may not make sense, but we don't know. And so my request to you tonight is that you actually table this motion so that the owners of the properties downtown that will be affected by this have some time to understand what is being proposed, and that they can have time to react so that there can be consent amongst the governed. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Blackman.
My name is Peter Dale, and I live at 650 Boulevard. I appreciate the mayor and the commissioner allowing me to speak. I'm a lifelong Athenian, and I've owned a business downtown, the National, for 12 years. It's in the proposed historic district, or the Western Historic District. Additionally, I'm a partner in Condor Chocolates with my brother. We're in 5 Points, but a lot of people don't know we have a facility at Chase Park Warehouses. We recently signed a lease at 160 East Washington across the street, and we'll be moving our chocolate production, coffee roasting, and creating a cafe across the street from you. So I hope you'll visit before your meetings. And so we'll be moving all that from Chase Park to downtown. So I hope you understand my commitment and my investment in downtown Athens. I just had the privilege of serving a year with Leadership Georgia. And my takeaway, one of my many takeaways from that was that everybody loves Athens. And virtually every community in the state would kill themselves to have the resources that we have right here, right around us, whether it's the art scene, music, the food, access to the university, the history, the character. I mean, the list goes on, and we have it right here. I'm sure you know of communities around Atlanta who are developing sort of fake city centers. They're trying to create what we already have. So I just wanted to say that this is the whole ball game right here. When we are talking about economic development and our long-term prosperity, if we tear all that down, we're just going to become another Alpharetta with no character, with no charm. We've ignored our history. And so I certainly hope that you'll consider the district favorably, but also to piggyback on Chris's comments, I definitely think that this is a divisive issue, and I hope that you'll take some time, perhaps extend the moratorium, and let's gather more consensus. And I hope that it passes, but with a wider group of participants who are excited about protecting downtown Athens. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dale.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kevin Bates. I live at 1045 Prince Avenue. In fact, I live in a 100-year-old home that I heard from planning when I first moved here 7 years ago. I could tear down to the ground if I wanted to. In fact, it may be more valuable to the city if I did. I intend to change that oversight in reflection of all the work we've been doing to restore it. Even if some people think that's foolish, because I think it's a unique there's a privileged opportunity that we have to own a building of its history. And with that privilege comes responsibility to respect its place in the community. It was here before me, and if I'm respectful of it while I'm its caretaker, it'll be here long after me. And so that's where my feelings and expressions come from that root and my involvement in historic preservation, personally. So downtown Athens, we're talking about tonight, you look on the map, I mean, it's 20 blocks. That core of the downtown block walking is 20 blocks. It's the same 20 blocks that the population today probably, or the population 100 years ago probably had just the same assets, the same resources to walk around with there. And what we're talking tonight, if I recognize correctly, is only about 4.5 blocks that are that we're trying to add into most of the others that are already protected. Your proactive leadership here as a mayor and commission tonight is important. A vote in favor of the historic district doesn't take anything away from property value. It simply prevents owners from being too short-sighted or act with only self-interest. It doesn't prevent them from repurposing, neglecting, or even making dramatic changes, which may include complete removal. It simply asks them to take more time and consideration in planning and design before acting based on current convenience. But here's why your leadership here matters. I was recently told by another owner of historic property here in Athens that I have the opportunity to work with through Historic Athens, serving right now as the president of the Board of Trustees, that as part of their legacy planning, they intend to leave easements on their property to the Georgia Trust because they don't have faith in local administrators to make the right decisions. They then took me through a list of examples from even just the past 5 or 10 years that they feel the HPC, planning, even commission have gotten it wrong, and how they feel additional oversight from the state level will be necessary to protect their property. Which is disappointing from my perspective working with volunteer work with Historic Athens, knowing that we're trying to change that perception. I really do believe we do have the tools and talents and resources in our community to make better decisions. Everybody in this room agrees downtown property is valuable. That's why they bought the property, that's why they do business, that's why they gather to dine, dance, worship, and that's why this debate has brought so many people out. So tonight, you guys are the folks with the power to make a small but significant and timely step in the right direction to prevent unnecessary loss of historic assets in our community, and make sure appropriate thought, planning, and effort goes to any changes. Thoughtful development benefits everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Bates.
My name's Joe Tillman. I live at 145 High Ridge Drive here in Athens. My family and I own 2 properties in the proposed district, downtown district here at 295 West Clayton and 195 Pulaski Street. I'm a 5th generation Athenian. I love Athens, and I love what I see tonight. This is democracy in action, isn't it? The freedom of speech. And no matter which side we are on this situation, I applaud you commissioners for taking the time to hear from all of your citizens here. I really do. And we may not always see eye to eye on it. I'm here in opposition of the proposal for the following reasons. Number one, just from a factual standpoint, historic preservation ordinance and state law require a historic district must be visibly perceptible section of a community. I feel this area is failing in that area. There are a large number of vacant lots, 19% of it, as well as non-contributing structures, 40%. It seems that the only visible, perceptible aspect is that it's really lacking one. Even the planning department and the HPC stated in their study report that the defining characteristic of this part of downtown was that it has always been an area of constant transition in Athens, not representing one particular era of history. So why would we suddenly freeze in a time when that does not even represent an actual period of history we're trying to protect? The proposal greatly affects downtown churches and their future missions. These churches are critical to our downtown community and serving some of the greatest in need. Limiting their future missions is a primary reason why this whole plan should not pass. The mayor and commission have had 20 years of research on comprehensive plans, which have encouraged development in downtown to protect our greenbelt. This proposal will go directly against that and limit current individual investments in downtown, government land use plans, and future investments. Our commissioner, one commissioner in a recent work session even said this process is about stabilizing property values downtown. Well, if that was our thinking with that, then this whole proposal is invalid because the premise is not about historic preservation at that point. At another work session, it was stated by planning department staff that development could occur on non-contributing properties if the proposal passed. That answer is true, but there's more to the story. Development of non-contributing properties in the future can be limited by the HPC instead of by written ordinances passed by the Planning Commission. An application can be denied by the HPC based on massing, scale, or density, even though the plan correctly follows planning guidelines and ordinances. In addition, the HPC has stated they don't even have guidelines to follow for scale, massing, and density. So a development would truly be at the whim of a volunteer citizen group trying to do good, but it's not based on sound planning guidelines.
Thank you, Mr.
Lastly,
Tillman.
am I out of time? Okay, sorry. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, I'm Kim Long, an owner at Flicker Theater and Bar at 263 West Washington Street, and I'm in favor of the historic designation, just for all the benefits that have been previously talked about. It'd be really great as a tenant to be able to continue doing business and not have to suffer, a continued tripling of the property values as there's sky rises being put up in several streets over. So just that consideration alone would be very helpful for preserving what we do have in the arts and the music community. It is super important, especially for the restaurants and all the businesses in that area. It'd be really great to maintain that thriving aspect, and especially as a lot of the building owners are in support too. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Long. Anyone else here to speak on item number 17?
Good evening. My name is Tommy Valentine, 395 Cleveland Avenue. I'm speaking on behalf of Historic Athens, of which I'm the executive director. I have some prepared remarks. I just want, before I get away with them or do away with them, I want to be clear, the last time I was involved in trying to bring this many people to the microphone, it was an effort on civil rights. And I'm sure I share the same feelings with a lot of the people that are behind the rail right now, that it would be entirely inappropriate to ask you to support something that would hurt property owners, especially African-American property owners. It would be unfair to ask you to pull up the ladder after other people have made money that those property owners wouldn't then be able to earn. I wouldn't come up here and ask you to do that. But the truth is that asking for this is consistent with civil rights. It's not just about respecting the history. The truth is that there is a mountain of studies that suggest that satisfaction after being placed in a historic district goes up year by year. There's a mountain of studies that show that property values first stabilize and then go up. Ask the owners of University Tower if it kept their property values down or if they couldn't make changes. The fact is that there's a substantial amount of misinformation that has been put into the community about this, and we look forward, if this is a lengthier process, to engaging the community and helping people understand why we're up here advocating for it. I also want to say that when we talk about historic preservation, we can also talk about stabilizing property values just like we can talk about sustainability. There's a saying that the most sustainable building is an old building. In fact, if you tear down an old building and build the most energy efficient building possible, it takes more than 15 years to recoup the cost of that demolition. So we're talking about a lot of things when we're talking about historic preservation. But I'm going to use the time until that turns red to share something a little more personal. I am who I am because of this part of town. I learned to run an organization through my time in the music scene on this side of town. I used to sustain myself in college after I grew up here and took field trips to the Morton Theater. I used to sustain myself by putting a lot of hot sauce on food at Wilson's Wilson's Soul Food. And as I've told Homer many times, if I had any hair to cut, I'd come see him more often. But more importantly, this is the side of town where I first saw my wife for the first time at Cine. It's the first place we did a gig together in our band was at Max Canada. The first sold-out concert we did was at the 40 Watt. And when it was time to take her on her first date, it's the place we went. This place is a sense of place. It's a place that deserves preserving. And my story that I've had to summarize quickly is like so many other people in this room. It's one of the most important places in the world, and you have the power to preserve it. And we look forward to partnering with you as we move forward to do so, whatever form that takes. I can't thank you enough for your consideration and professionalism, enthusiasm, and thought throughout this process. We know you have Athens' best interests at heart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Anyone else like to speak regarding item number 17? All right. With each of these Historic Preservation Commission items, there will be public input and then commission consideration. I know there's an appetite to put this item on hold. I'd certainly entertain a motion to that effect.
Mr. Mayor, I move to hold this item until our June voting meeting.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a Motion from Commissioner Edwards, second from Commissioner Wright to hold this item through the June voting meeting. Any other commission input?
I'll speak to it.
I'll speak, no.
I'll speak to it, too.
This issue has caused a lot of input, rightfully so. This is a historic measure for this body to consider. The effective doubling of the size of our downtown historic district, and I am elated to see this room full of stakeholders, property owners, citizens who care about this community, because we need to hear from you. This is a monumental step for this body, and I'm hoping that in the coming months, we can move beyond the divisiveness, the inflammatory rhetoric, the misdirection that has been present, and come to some positive consensus in this community. I think we sometimes get a little passionate and emotional. I do. I know I do. And I get passionate about Athens. I'm downtown almost every day. And I think former Commissioner Maxwell almost brought a tear to my eye with his remarks. And I know he shares that passion, and I'm so glad he shared with us today his passion. My wife and I purchased a building in the historic district on Clayton Street about 3 years ago. And let me just flesh out my experience with the Historic Preservation Commission and with this city's planning department. First, our planning department is populated by consummate professionals. They take their job seriously, they execute it seriously, and they work in a collaborative fashion. I know that from personal experience. We purchased a building that had only one entrance. We wanted to activate the upper story to create loft apartments to enhance our investment. So we had to completely demolish the facade in a historic downtown district in probably the most important commercial area of this town. The Historic Preservation Commission and the planning staff, they helped guide this process. They helped provide expertise to me, my architect, the developer on the job, and they helped me create something that I'm very proud of today. We completely demolished it, and I hired a local artisan who installed steel columns, new plate glass windows, and brick archways that harkened back to an earlier time period, 1917. I found a picture in the Richard B. Russell Special Collections Library of my building back in 1917 with Mr. Costa from the Athens Fruit Company standing in front of it next to a horse-drawn carriage. So with that knowledge and that image, I was able to work with the Historic Preservation Commission hand in hand. And they respected my investment. They wanted me to succeed. The planning department wanted my investment to be enhanced. They wanted me to succeed. And because of that desire on their part and my desire to succeed and my own self-interest, we were able to collaborate and create something that I'm proud of. So let's respect the professionals that work for this community. Let's respect the citizens that volunteer their time and serve on this Historic Preservation Commission. Without getting paid, they're volunteering. They apply, they come and sit for interviews all day. We talk to them person by person, and we do our best to put thoughtful individuals on that body, and they do a good job. Are they perfect? No. Sometimes they might make a decision that the applicant would like to appeal, and they appeal it, and it comes to us, and well, we might overturn it. And that happens. They guide the process. They collaborate. They're professionals, and I'm proud to serve in this government with the professionals in the planning department, with the volunteers who serve on the Historic Preservation Commission, And so I'm hoping in the ensuing months, we can do more to come together, to get beyond the divisiveness, and talk more about collaboration, and talk more about what a historic district means, what it does, how the property tax abatement functions. When a local historic district gets designated, you can apply and have a property tax abatement for 8 years. It will freeze your property tax assessment for 8 years. On the 9th year, it comes up 50% to what it should be. In the 10th year, it comes back to where it should be market rate. The U.S. Department of Energy provides a 25% rebate for approved energy efficiency upgrades in commercial historic districts. If you need a new roof, you can put a solar reflective Tyvek wrap, and they'll write you a check for a quarter of it. So there are a tremendous amount of benefits for historic districts.
Commissioner Edwards, I'm going to move on
Thank
to
you,
some other
sir.
commission input for your first round. Commissioner Hamby.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Edwards and Commissioner Wright for the motion there. I will say this, I was looking over the 15 historic districts that we have here in Athens, and I've had the opportunity to vote for 5 of them, and I'm glad I did. And I anticipate after we do some of the work that Commissioner Edwards talked about and making sure that the misinformation in the discussions that have gone on that have been referred to by somebody are corrected, and make sure that the information that we heard tonight about property owners not being notified correctly and such as that are corrected. Because I think out of the 5 districts I've had the pleasure of voting for, I've seen where if we take the time to make sure that people are notified, and at the end of the day, you may not feel good about it, but I'll tell you the story. And I think about this story because I think about this commission here tonight, and I think about how each of us came to sit behind the rail. Several of you are activists. As was mentioned, there's a couple of school board members here, activist and entertainer and whatnot, and Commissioner Harrod, I don't know what you were involved in, but I think probably nothing good. But
I served my time and got time off for good behavior.
But I do think I recall you being part of president of the Federation of Neighborhoods. I came to sit behind the rail by learning a lot about Athens, by helping various candidates get to political office. Some won, some didn't. That's how I met several of you in the audience. But I will say this: one of the candidates I helped, Judge David Sweat, and I remember this distinctly at a forum when he was up for election. And he talked about being a judge and what it means and how to go about operating as a judge. And he made the point that when people come to the courtroom, there's obviously something wrong, and there's some parties involved that aren't going to be pleased. He said, if I can remember correctly, that 50% of the people are going to walk out of there mad, and 50% may walk out happy. He said, but the job of the judge is to make sure that whoever walks in makes sure that they have been heard and treated fairly and have their say. And, as much as I anticipate voting for this at the end of this moratorium, and when we vote for it, it may be sooner than 6 months, I don't know. When it's up for, as much as I anticipate doing that, and look forward to supporting another historic district, I do think that we need to take the time to make sure that everybody is heard and treated fairly, and make sure the property owners have the information they need. And let's just make the extra effort. There's no harm in it. We were extended the moratorium. It keeps things as it is for right now, but it makes sure that those of us that do support the historic districts, to make sure that we have some extra work to do to build the consensus that we need to build in order to make it happen. I support historic preservation because I think it has some stories to tell in our community, both good and bad. And I think there are stories worth saving. But I also see that when you don't support historic preservation, that there's stories that we're not able to see anymore, and the buildings tell those stories. I mean, we can go down Prince Avenue now, and you can see the pretty pictures in the books that folks have written that do tell the story, and you can imagine what some of these buildings would look like instead of McDonald's there, or you know what I'm talking about. So, I just want to make sure that people know the perspective I'm coming from. I want to be able to give the extra time to make sure that the information is out there, and that people get the information, and that there is a job done to help emphasize the benefits of being in a historic district, not only for the property owner, but for the community as a whole. So thanks for putting together the motion, and I look forward to continued discussions.
Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little disappointed because before I came to the meeting, I got calls that there were going to be 30 people speaking on support of this proposal. And I guess my last count was 27. So I'm a little disappointed. We need 3 more people. You want to speak about it? But I'm surprised that this has been couched in divisiveness. I'm really surprised. A difference of opinion, in my opinion, isn't divisive at all. That's how you work things out. Divisive has just this negative connotation that we're getting ready to give somebody a bloody nose or something. And I did not come here, I do not serve here to give people a bloody nose. I'm very disturbed that there were things that were said from some of the presenters that was incorrect information. It was just wrong. I couldn't stop you in the middle of your presentation and say, that's wrong. But that's one reason we need to have this moratorium so we can get the right information and the right facts. The last thing that hits me to my heart, I am so tired of people referencing black people and not talking to black people. I'm tired of that. I hear hot corner, hot corner, hot corner. How many of you that spoke went and talked to anybody from Hot Corner? How many of you went and talked to Homer Wilson or Mr. Wade? George Maxwell's presentation touched my heart tremendously because he talked about the real Hot Corner. I don't know what y'all were talking about. I don't know enough about historic preservation, but I'm willing to work it. But it is a bad experience for most black people or people of color. Maybe times have changed. I would, just think how different the world would have been if some of the speakers would have been at the podium 20 or 30 years ago. How different things would be. You can't preserve something that's already gone. So I am thankful for the preservation piece. I thank the Methodist Church because they do stuff for the community that is most not served, our homeless and our low-income folk. I don't know what y'all other folk are doing, but I do know that's what the Methodist Church does downtown. I'm thankful for the moratorium. I'm very emotional about this, but I will not be manipulated. And I don't think any of these other commissioners are going to be manipulated because we had 27 people talking about something that you have little or no knowledge because you have not all done the deep homework. I heard too much misinformation, and I didn't hear nobody talk to me about the folk, the Browns and the Wilsons and the Wades. Nobody mentioned that in your presentation. This is not no entertainment section. This is people's livelihoods. I wish you would have come and spoke over 20 years ago, 30 years ago, when the community really was historic, when there was really a hot corner, where black people and white people all prospered. But you took somebody took advantage of that. So I'm going to support the moratorium. I hope that we can come around the table as people and put our issues on the table, but not through manipulation. That is not the way to do business. And I'm not going to do business that way.
Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This part of Athens is as much as my home as the place where I physically lay my head at night. I would not be sitting here behind this rail tonight if it were not for this part of downtown. When I was getting started as an artist in Athens, when I moved to Athens and people wanted to tell me that Athens was a white town, I had to come to the western part of downtown in order to find a place where myself and other young African Americans could build community, because we were not welcome in other parts of this downtown area. And it is to the legacy of the musicians that have come before us, and the small business owners that come before us, and the Afro-American business proprietors that come before us, who have protected this area, who have seen its intrinsic value and stood up for it, and seen it fall prey to speculators and developers who have come in, but fought nonetheless, that we have a community at all, and that I am the person I am today. And to disregard the heritage of this community that, yes, we have lost, but what we are in danger of further losing, is just to add to the list of atrocities to the African American community that we have throughout Athens, be it the findings that we have found at Baldwin Hall, the things that have happened to the Lindentown community where the student dormitories now exist. There are so many examples in our history where we failed to protect people, and we cannot repeat the same mistake. And the fact that we have so many non-contributing properties within this proposed expanded district just shows that we have failed within this part of town as well. We don't have Union Hall anymore. We don't have the Samaritan Building anymore. Those are parking lots now. And so I will support a moratorium, an extension for this district, but I am concerned that prolonging this process will allow further misinformation to be spread throughout this process, which has been long and full of really thorough research. Nonetheless, like the benefits of historic districts that information has not made it into the hands of the people who need it. Instead, we have manipulation we have manipulation broadly within this process, and I see this extension as a further opportunity for folks to see that misinformation is further proliferated in our community. And so I came here tonight to support the CDO that Commissioner Hamby and Commissioner Link put forward. I look forward to supporting that something similar 6 months from now or a year from now, or however long it takes for us to have a public information process that everyone feels comfortable with. But I want to make very clear where I stand.
Mayor Gertz, do you mind if I add something to what Commissioner Parker was asking for? And that's, I don't know if this was part of the motion or not, to have at least two public information a little bit like what we saw on Millage Circle. I mean, I was going to make a point that each of these districts that we had the opportunity to vote for came because we had the public input sessions that people got together at the table and learned about the historic process, learned what you can and can't do, and go from there. So
I think what you're asking is, does the motion include the prospect of
there
that?
you go. I could have said that in two words, couldn't I? So.
and certainly that's not embedded in the current motion. I guess I'll ask the manager, would it be possible for the planning department to put together some generalist informational sessions about the nature of local historic districts?
Of course.
Okay. Yeah. Commissioner Link.
Yeah, I will support an extension of the moratorium and to table this for a few months so that we can assure that correct information is being spread. Because yes, there is plenty of misinformation, and I believe there is manipulation continuing to go on, causing people to oppose this district because they have misinformation. So I would take it upon myself and the rest of us who are in support of this district to get out there and assure that correct information is presented, and that we make sure that every single property owner and every single business owner knows exactly what the benefits are of historic designation. There are significant tax benefits, and there are also grant opportunities for improvements to buildings that enable longtime property owners to keep their properties maintained, and enable small businesses to remain in these historic buildings. And historic designation is essentially a zoning and land use decision. And like any zoning and land use decision, we don't make those decisions based on the wants or needs or whims of any individual property owner. We make them for the greater good of the community. And as so many people here tonight pointed out, in many ways, downtown defines our community in Athens. And to most of the outside world, even on our tourism sites, when they show pictures of Athens, it's always downtown. And if you Google Athens, the things that'll come up are the music scene, and that takes place in that western end of downtown. It used to take place all over downtown, but it's slowly been pushed more and more westward. And this is all we have left of that famous culture that really put us on a map. And that culture began with the Hot Corner. It began with the Morton Theater. It began with folks like Cab Calloway coming to play at the Morton Theater. So we should be able to keep these buildings in place so they can tell that story. They can tell the true origins of the Athens music scene. A couple months ago, we approved an Athens Music Walk of Fame. There's going to be plaques going in on the sidewalk highlighting that history from its very origins into today. We have a mural celebrating Hot Corner. If we don't pass historic designation for this area, that might be all we have of that history, are some plaques and a mural. So I look forward to passing this in a few months, and I look forward to having even more support from the community and assuring that even more of Athens in general understands the significance and the importance of this. And so I hope all of y'all will join me in helping to get that word out. And I look forward to speaking with more folks downtown.
Commissioner Davenport.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I support an extension, but I do just want to let the public and our commissioners know that this honestly started with the Say building. Plain and simple, a moratorium. A demolition permit was placed, I believe, last fall, and we did a quick an emergency session to stop a demolition because the demolition was going to expire at the end of January of this year. And now we're here. That's all I got to say.
Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. Like some of my other colleagues here, I can see the need here, so I'll support us extending this moratorium. I also, as Commissioner Hamby spoke to, though, I'm not hiding the fact that I do support us taking this step. History is either preserved or lost, and we have to have explicit intent to save that history. It has to be explicit intent, otherwise it just doesn't happen. Nobody has their downtown Athens stories about going down Thomas Street to witness the mark and to see the pool on the rooftop and the giant screen TV. Nobody's stories are like that. Nobody's are. Everybody's stories are. Mine is very much similar to everybody else. I remember coming to Athens the first time 20 years ago.
I've got
in
a story
December.
like that.
Yeah, Mike's a weird one though. I came here 20 years ago, drove down Washington Street the wrong way. Wasn't as good with one-way streets, I guess, back then, and parked in front of the 40 Watt during Christmas break. I didn't know it was Christmas break, so I went to a show at the 40 Watt, in which I think there was maybe 3 other people in there. The band wasn't good. I I went down to Hot Corner because it was freezing cold in December. Went down to the Hot Corner coffee shop to get some hot cocoa because I wasn't 21 yet. And, stopped in the X-Ray Cafe. All these things, playing shows at the lunch paper. Like that, this whole area has so much history. Even in the 20 years of my own history, like I have just thousands of stories. And those things grow. And I think the most important thing that I think is just not brought up enough, and I respect the rights and the wants of the property owners of these parcels, but I think it's very important that while individual parcels are owned by individual property owners, downtown Athens, and especially the history and culture of downtown Athens, is owned by the people. And that is why it is important for us to take actions like this to preserve those things, because the goal is that this is going to live on way beyond me, way beyond anybody who spoke at this podium, way beyond the property owners' lives or their own wealth. Right now, our own society, our own culture, our own economy, capitalism does not really put as much power in the hands of the people as it does in property owners. And that's why we have to take this explicit intent, to take these steps to protect this history, to protect this culture, and to make sure that Athens is the Athens that the entire population of this community and the people coming to visit here want it to be. So I will support this. I hope that we can definitely build more consensus on what behind this issue and tackle this misinformation. Yeah, that's it.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to hold this item, number 17, until no later than the June voting meeting. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, so moving on to number 16. 16 is the Gannon House Local Historic District Landmark Designation and approval of associated design guidelines.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the local designation.
We have to do public input on each of these items. But we'll wait for a moment for the 17 enthusiasts to depart.
I don't know, is 18?
18?
18?
18.
Where are we?
We're waiting for the folks who are here around 17 exclusively to depart, and then we have to do public input on 18.
18.
Let me do. I'm going to stretch. You need some, I spent my snack.
It looks like that's happening.
I need to pee, but I don't think about that mess.
Are we taking a full-on break?
No.
After
We're going to resume business with whoever is here. As they say, decisions are made by those who show up. Decisions are made by those who show up.
Or by those who didn't drink too much coffee before the meeting.
What the impact would be. And I do think that I think in the wind and the additional might put those on hold.
We just holding a public meeting right now.
I want to design it. That's just.
That was so. That was so. That was so.
Yeah, you know.
Because I could, until we iron this out.
Yeah, no, I was there.
So, well, I'm just going to share that these would be the impacts of change. Not a lot of.
I gotta stand while I can. It is. That's
I haven't seen actually.
You're right.
Business plan. Quick question. Who knows what
All right, Russell, we're going to get back.
Yeah.
They appreciate it.
I'm hoping that can be eliminated because that's insane. I'm sure they'll well, I'm guessing we're going to have like official. If we have like an official.
Mike, Lane, already?
He's on some other shady shit.
Mike, we're going to get. Yeah.
Yeah. After that, I was like, if they introduce you, I'm going to do it.
I mean, are we? I gotta pee. Can I go?
His speech is.
I mean, hurry, Avita's not here. Wait a minute.
Oh man, what's going on?
It's 8 o'clock. It's almost 8 o'clock.
We're gonna have to do it at 8:15 anyway.
We'll do it at 9.
9, I can't. 8:15. It says it right here.
Can we do it after these two? Did everybody out before them do it?
Yeah, before the next one.
Yeah, before 8.
Yeah.
Just get those out of there. Let us have a free
Yeah, I
bathroom.
was. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's a little bit.
Get me out of here.
I gotta keep my fluids out. Come on, Avita. She's campaigning out there. She's getting caught in the vortex.
All right, we're going to resume business.
Bang it, bang it, bang it. Come on, gavel, gavel.
All right. Attorney Hodge, you shut the door, thanks.
Order.
Appreciate it.
Order.
All right. Each of these Historic Preservation Commission recommendations have to see an individual public input opportunity. So next item of business is public input on number 18, the Gannon House Local Historic District Landmark Designation and approval of associated design guidelines. Is anyone here to speak to the Gannon House, number 18?
Okay.
All right. Seeing none, we come behind the rail. And there's an ordinance that Attorney Drake will read first.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to historic preservation designation of the Gannon House and for other purposes.
All right. Thank you, Attorney. Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, I'd like to make a motion to approve this local historic landmark designation.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Hamby. We have a second from Commissioner Link. Yeah, Commissioner Parker?
Say something while you.
I'll say something. You can go first.
Okay.
Go
Commissioner Parker?
So, I have no problem supporting this landmark designation or the next, but I wanted to draw everyone's attention to some language on page 8, if you were on the online document, in which it is detailed that some of the design details of the house are a part of the deed of a type which is often stipulated that buildings must be constructed a certain way, have minimum costs, and that they not be sold to non-white owners during this period. It's the first time I've seen language like this in a historic preservation report for a designation or for a landmark of this kind. And will say that says here that it's often the case, not necessarily that this was the case for these particular structures, but it's interesting to me that whether or not that was true of these structures in particular isn't seen as relevant information to include in the document. And it raises concerns in me that when we create these kinds of reports, we're not taking into account the full histories of the places that we protect. I certainly would like a more nuanced historical context for decisions like this in future, including some of the less pleasant aspects of our racial history in Athens. Because, I mean, in quite frank language, I don't want to be protecting like a KKK safe house or something like that. Not at all to say that's what this is here, but I think that further details like this about the history of properties of this kind are necessary for us to consider when we, take a 1,000-foot view at like what the history is that we're preserving in places like this. And so I guess I kind of offer an informal direction, if I could, to staff or the commission to include more information of this kind in future documents so that we can like really, really understand what we're protecting when we protect things like this. But otherwise, have no problem moving forward on this particular item.
Just as a note on that item, Commissioner Parker, before we can move on to additional commission input, one of our charges to the Inclusion Office is to capture the depth and breadth of our history, including those unpleasant parts. So in 1948, the Supreme Court invalidated those kind of racially motivated deed restrictions. But up until that point, and in fact, for a few years even after, you'll find many, many, many dozens of those. If you go down to the courthouse, I'll be happy to share. I've got a Google file of some of those. Unfortunately, they were all too common here in Athens.
And I think we should just take that into account when we're assessing these issues.
Commissioner Link.
I mean, on that note, knowing that so much of our built environment was racially exclusive, and segregation was deliberate, I think it's all the more important for us to protect those resources that pertain to African American history. So I want to add that note to it, but I also want to add that, these next couple items are historic properties that were not included in a local historic district, yet the owners have chosen to ask for this landmark designation status so they can enjoy the benefits of historic designation, not only the tax benefits, but just the peace of mind knowing that property is preserved into perpetuity. I think that anyone who has any fears about being in a historic district can look at these kind of instances where we do designate landmark properties. And we've done several just since this commission. This is probably our third or fourth just since this commission has sat. So I think that's important to keep in mind. And as we speak to folks about historic designation, let them know that there are property owners that choose this, willfully choose this kind of designation. And landmark designation actually has a higher standard of review. Being in a historic district is not quite as high as standards. I know Landmark, they consider things like landscaping and things like that. That's not part of just being in a historic district.
There's a motion on the floor and a second. Any other input? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm opposing.
All right, please note, Clerk, Commissioner Thornton's opposed to number 18. All right. Next item of business is community input on item 19, similar local historic landmark designation for the Greyside property. All right, Attorney Drake, could you read this ordinance?
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, with respect to historic preservation, designation of Greyside, Decker, Waters House, and for other purposes.
All right. A motion or input on 19? Commissioner Hamby?
To approve.
Second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Davenport and a second from Commissioner Hamby. Any other input on 19? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Moving on, we're going to go ahead and take any community input on item number 31, an extension of the existing moratorium on demolition of certain properties in the downtown district. And the extension would go through June 2020, through the end of June 2020. So any input just on this item? All right. Certainly entertain motion from commission. Commissioner Hamby?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right. Any other input on this item? Commissioner Davenport?
I just have a question on perpetuity. Like, how many times can we extend a moratorium?
Attorney Drake, can you?
Well, moratoriums have to be limited in duration and scope, so I don't think we'd want to do this again.
Okay.
Commissioner Wright?
Yes, I'm a little bit reluctant to vote in favor of this, since I was definitely not in favor of it when it first came about and in the manner that it came about. But I'm want to move on, and I want us to make sure that the discussions that we've talked about, because this is piggybacking with the Western Downtown Athens Local Historic District designation, and I think that having this moratorium continue is going to keep us with a clear mind for the continued outreach and education that needs to be done. But like the landmark designations that we just approved, I firmly believe that this sort of designation is supposed to come from the property owners moving up and our help to have it happen. And it's a very uncomfortable feeling to be doing it from the top and telling people back down that we want them to have historic designation for their property when they don't want it. So I also need more time to be comfortable with this designation, but I will vote in favor of the moratorium so that they're paired together as we work in the next few months.
Commissioner Edwards?
The staff report on this possible designation came just a few weeks ago. It definitely is a thick document that takes a lot of time to digest, over 150 pages. And the revised CDO map put forward by Commissioner Lincoln Hamby came out right before the Thanksgiving holiday. So I feel like this moratorium is well-grounded we've got a great reason. It's well-grounded in reason. We need more time to digest what planning has put forward for us to consider. And as we pointed out before, I don't see any downside in creating more space and more time for more communication, more amelioration of emotions in this process. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Edwards. Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I don't have any big words like that, but like Amelia, never mind. But I guess I was asking, did we need to do this under suspension of rules, or we
already suspended rules.
Sorry.
That's correct.
We already voted for Oakland Avenue as well, too, right?
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. I support this.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it is now 8:07. We are going to take a 13-minute break until 8:20. Please, everyone be back in your seats at that point. friends. Just about time.
How's that cold?
All right, everyone. Welcome back for the next exciting segment of our program this evening. Now is the time when we receive community input on items of old and new business, and those are items number 20 through 29. So if you are here to speak to any of those, please come to the podium, and the same circumstances as before hold true. You have 3 minutes for public input. The light will turn green when you begin speaking, yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your time is up. So, good evening.
Thank you, Mayor and Commission. My name is Aaron Redman. I live at 1055 Baxter Street. I'm here actually on behalf of the Athens in Motion Commission, which I'm a member of, in addition to the TSPLOST Citizens Advisory Committee, but mainly just speaking today on behalf of Athens in Motion in regard to the West Broad and West Hancock roundabout project. I would like to commend first the options that the county officials have put forth to improve the pedestrian and bicyclist safety with the West Broad and West Hancock Avenue roundabout plan. Furthermore, after attending the November 12th M&C work session, we on the AIM Commission were heartened to see that commissioners from multiple districts were offering additional suggestions and ideas to increase safety for pedestrians and cyclists with regard to that intersection. The West Broad Street corridor has been prioritized as, of course, a TSPLOST pedestrian improvement project, but also as a Tier 1 bicycle improvement project with the AIM plan. And with that, we know that it's imperative that the intersection be made safe for pedestrians and cyclists. Most of the options that include constructing a roundabout do indeed improve safety for pedestrians and cyclists using West Broad and crossing that intersection. But however, if more is not done to slow vehicular traffic on West Hancock, these safety improvements to the entire intersection could be moot, as pedestrians and cyclists will still be forced to navigate and cross a dangerous section of Surface Street away from the main intersection, the roundabout, where motorists will not be aware of them and cognizant. And I can say that there's no shortage of pedestrians and cyclists crossing that intersection. I'm one of them, coming from my home in Baxter over to Normaltown sometimes. And this corridor bisects several lower income neighborhoods where many residents cannot afford cars and have to transport basically get around by walking and biking. And this presents an equity issue that is a core goal of the AIM plan, which, quote, seeks to improve safe access to opportunity for all citizens of Athens-Clarke County. Again, we on the AIM Commission appreciate that you are taking our input and considering input about this project, and we hope that you will take next steps necessary to improve that as best as you can for pedestrians and cyclists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond.
My name is Jerry Shannon. I'm a resident of 230 Hodgson Drive, and thank you, Mayor and Commission, for the chance to speak. I'm also speaking for our neighbors at 220 Hodgson Drive down in Karen, Whaley. So we're residents at 230 Hodgson, as I said, who are potentially directly impacted by this proposed new traffic circle that's on item 26, the same item as was previously mentioned. I'm speaking to strongly oppose adoption of option 6 as proposed. This option may be easier for vehicles to navigate and might provide slightly greater pedestrian safety, but its downsides far outweigh these advantages. I have a few specific objections. First, in my mind, most importantly, the lack of focused outreach and input. While there were community meetings held for this, I know that 2 of my neighbors on Hodgson directly affected by this plan, potentially through eminent domain, overlooked that notice that was sent via postcard. And my understanding is that residents of the plaza, which would also be heavily affected, did not even receive them. I counted 6 community members at the meeting I attended. The 2-hour evening meeting model has been recognized for years as having a limited ability to solicit community input. I'm grateful to Commissioner Link, who's done some work doing outreach to residents of the plaza and my block over the last week. But many of my neighbors found out only in the last 24 or 48 hours of the potential impact of this redevelopment. I think the county ideally would have prioritized active outreach to these property owners long before that. The second is loss of property and home value. Neighboring properties, my neighboring properties on Hodgson and potentially my own property will likely have value reduced as part of the road configuration under this option, either through seizure or through reduction of the size of the property. This will likely have a significant negative impact on home value and reduce the existing natural buffer between the back of these properties and the plaza itself. Construction would obviously also have significant negative impacts on residents for a year or more. There's environmental impacts. Option 6 will require removal of a high number of existing mature trees, as well as piping or reconfiguring Brooklyn Creek. The creek does require remediation due to contamination, but the county's goal should be to invest funds in improving this environmental asset rather than literally burying the problem. Safety, so by making the plaza a main feeder into the traffic circle, option 6 will increase traffic, particularly on the plaza, and potentially also, as we've heard, in Hodgson as well. There's already problems with speeding on that street, and making the plaza into even more of a thoroughfare would decrease quality of life and threaten bikers and pedestrians, particularly the increased number of children that are living on the plaza in the last few years. Lastly, there's a higher financial cost. So option 6 has a significantly higher price tag than other options, and so it should have correspondingly high advantages over the other options. And I fail to see sufficient evidence that this is the case. The other options being considered, 1A and 2, have their own drawbacks. I'm concerned about the ability to turn right onto Hodgson, my street, from Broad Street with the current slip lane. Commissioner Link, I believe, is proposing to remove that, and I think that would be a good improvement as well. But they're also much less disruptive to the existing street infrastructure. They keep traffic lower on the plaza, and residents still have the ability to access the traffic circle through Hancock. For these reasons, I strongly urge the Commission to select either options 1A or 2, rather than the much more disruptive and damaging changes outlined in option 6. Whatever option they choose, I urge the Commission to actively include affected residents in planning decisions as the process moves forward.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon.
Hey, y'all. My name is Erin Stacer. I'm speaking on behalf of Athens for Everyone, talking to the Prosperity Package, item 21. We're excited that this thing even exists. $4 million definitely doesn't solve poverty, but it is a start. And the current proposal for the workforce development, I believe it is, seems pretty good. That's a fine program to have it included. We would also like to see some kind of program having to do with baby bonds, which I think you'll hear more about soon. And perhaps you've already read a proposal about that. And also, along with the baby bonds, kind of this idea of using the prosperity package to come at poverty from a multi-generational point of view, where it affects children, where it affects people who are young adults, where it affects elderly. And we would ask that you kind of consider other programs too that might have to do with things like labor. That would be awesome to have included a program about labor. One that we suggest is maybe having a workers' center with a dedicated staff member whose job it would be to help workers organize and to help them unionize to leverage their power. This doesn't have to be in the prosperity package either. It could just be in the regular budget. But as you know, jobs in Athens, or finding a job, is really not the problem. It's the kinds of jobs and how few of them pay a living wage. So basically, we just wanted to start having more conversation about what kinds of programs might be included in this $4 million. But also, to make it really, really effective, trying to find a way to have it be a reoccurring amount. Is there a way in which this $4 million can be set aside every year, every few years, to keep these kinds of efforts going? So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stacer.
I'm Joseph Carter. I live at 175 Oglethorpe Avenue. And I'm also speaking to item 21 on the prosperity package and workforce development. We know that you have a retreat coming up to talk about this, and want to echo what Ms. Stacer pointed to with using these funds to invest in our community in such a way that it grows wealth through generations. And a way to do that is through baby bonds. There is a proposal that some of you might have seen. If you haven't, I encourage you to get a hold of it. And at the retreat, take serious consideration of it. Why does this matter? Because the city hasn't taken care of generations of people in poverty. That's why it matters. And we have a prosperity package that is a start to do that. And to echo Ms. Stacer again, to find ways to grow this in future budgets. One way to do that is to get UGA involved. There are some of you who UGA falls directly in their district. You have a considerable amount of influence. Even if you think you don't have a considerable amount of influence, find a way to make it. Because UGA is a big part of this community that doesn't contribute really anything. And this is their opportunity to participate. And they can help fund baby bonds. They can help fund and grow a prosperity package. So at the retreat, think creatively about not only the ideas that you can leverage, like baby bonds. Take a look at the proposals that are given to you by people who have taken the time and the diligence to do the research, but also think about who you can leverage, who you need to leverage. I'm talking about UGA, the University of Georgia. I hope there's someone here from the university. They need to hear it. So put all that together and let's grow this package in such a way that it impacts communities through generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Dave Parencio. I live at 288 The Plaza. I'm here on behalf of my 7-year-old son, who is sleeping, and so this session is past his bedtime. But what he wanted me to share with you is that, as you all know, that the plaza currently is a cut-through. People speed through. I'm speaking on item number 26, by the way. The plaza is currently a cut-through. People speed down through there. There are currently no traffic calming measures. And as many of you know, there's an increasing number of families with small children on that street. And what I'm here to support is the idea that as a part of this roundabout that we figure out a way to slow traffic down on the plaza. And whatever option, certainly option 1, 1A, or 2 seem to me that those options have the possibility of doing that. I believe that option number 6, I'm strongly against option number 6. I think that more elaborate roundabout that dumps the plaza onto the roundabout without a stop sign would lead to cars speeding down that street. Currently, there's a stop sign at the bottom of Plaza, which requires people to at least slow down before they enter Hancock and then make that turn, right-hand turn onto Broad. If the plaza dumps directly out onto that roundabout, basically cars can just take a look to the left and then gas it and move right through onto the roundabout, which would just increase the number of cars moving down the plaza and likely the speed that they're going to be traveling at. So I'm strongly opposed to option number 6 with regards to the roundabout. I don't really have a preference or a strong feeling for options 1, 1A, or 2, but they do seem to at least consider the traffic flow on the plaza and slow that traffic down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pornshoe.
Hi, my name is Joel Huff, 215 China Street. I'm here today on behalf of the planet. I know it sounds weird, but it's true. As many of you may or may not know, I'm an avid environmentalist. I personally work in the solar industry, and listening to a number of the different issues that have been brought up today, it made me want to speak because I find incredible...
Mr. Huff, are you providing input on one of the older new business items?
I'm providing input specifically on the prosperity package and also on the roundabout. when discussing the prosperity package, one of the previous speakers discussed the idea of funding job education. I previously worked with the economic development developer of Athens from the previous administration and tried to get them to create an initiative package that would team up with Athens Technology to create training for renewable job industries. It's a very rewarding field. It is a reasonably paid field compared to many of the other jobs in Athens-Clarke County. I think it's a fantastic means for the county to invest in green and sustainability and also job creation and wealth to uplift the lower income community. The other issue that I would just like to propose is that you choose the less impactful roundabout to protect the Brooklyn Creek and also less need to cut down the trees. I moved here roughly 3 years ago, and I've just been slowly watching the beautiful canopy of this town just dwindle right before my eyes, and I really hope that you guys take that into consideration to curb that constant construction so that at least contractors also put that into their plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Michael Smith, 147 Bryan Street, 30601. On the prosperity package, I love the idea of baby bonds. I'm really interested in hearing more discussion about that as time goes, and primarily here to talk about 27 and 28 on the agenda. 27 being the Jacobs engineering contract. I do not know what the amendment was that was made, but I was very encouraged by the discussion behind the rail during the last session. So I hope there's a good amendment. I hope there's a concession or a collaboration with other engineering groups. On item number 28 about the beta testing program for the auditor's office, what this does is it takes, let's say a department has 10 areas that might need to be audited. Instead of the auditor auditing all 10 areas, they take a temperature of each area that they're looking at, and they may decide to audit one area or two areas instead of spending 2 years on a comprehensive audit. It's a very simple thing. I don't understand the adversarial tone toward that idea. And I understand why the audit committee, who's highly supportive of the auditing office, had it come forward to y'all, but it's coming real close to micromanaging, in my opinion. I think the audit committee knew about the program and worked on it for a few months and was ready to get that passed. The last thing I want to say about that discussion last week, I and others for 6 months have witnessed from various people inside Clarke County government and elected officials treat the auditor's office very unfairly. Everyone in the room needs to know this and understand that the auditor's office role is to have both the comfortable and uncomfortable conversations to run an efficient, fair, inclusive government. So if they're involved in adversarial issues, it's because they're representing the mayor and commission to make a better government. So I think we should watch the politics and work on the public policy. And thank you so much for your time and hearing my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Hey, thank you, Mayor and Commission, for your time tonight to listen to what we have to say. My name is Bruno Giri, and I live at 112 Whitehead Road. I'm in Tim's district. I'm I'm here also to represent a nonprofit, a longtime Athens nonprofit called the Upper Oconee Watershed Network. We have been doing work with water quality all over the watershed for the last 20 years. So we have a huge data set to harken back on. And we really do enjoy every opportunity to provide comment when it comes to issues that are near and dear to our hearts, which are those environmental issues. And we are here to speak to item 26, and I'm going to echo the sentiments of several other people who spoke before me. I would like to thank our advocacy team, which includes our president, Cassidy Lord, who couldn't be here tonight, and Peter Norris, a former president. They've been working on this issue since, the past several months, since June or so. We would like to make clear that we are in favor of the adoption of option 1A, and we are opposed to option 6. The reason that we're opposed to option 6 is because it has such a heavy environmental impact. Brooklyn Creek has already been heavily impaired by urbanization for a very long time. It is listed for fecal coliform, which is the result of runoff and stormwater and the urbanization of its environment. So there's very little habitat left that resembles the natural habitat of Brooklyn Creek, and it's already been piped, I think, multiple times. We really don't think it's a good idea to pipe it again, and we really would encourage you not to pursue option 6 for that reason. The other reason is because of the canopy. Urbanized or impacted creeks really are in use, or they're in need of some TLC, and one of those ways that they get that TLC is shading through trees. So any tree that you remove from the watershed is going to further impact the construction impact and just the regular impact that Brooklyn Creek suffers from being in an urban watershed. I would just close to say, please do not consider option 6. And we know that development is going to happen, so please go with option 1A, which is more sustainable and will be easier on an already beaten up Brooklyn Creek. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jerry.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. My name is Dave Gladson. I'm at 3075 Athens Road in Commissioner Thornton's district, and I'm here to speak to item number 20 regarding the telecommunications tower. I'm also here to speak on behalf of my wife and my 18-month-old child. My wife could not be here tonight because she's having to work out of town, but she prepared some remarks that I would like to read, and then I would like to speak to the item myself. My wife, Ara Morris, states that I am going to ask you to deny this application for a new cell tower on Nowhere Road for 3 important reasons. First, there's already an existing tower about a mile away that could accommodate Verizon's equipment without having to build a new tower. ACC ordinances clearly favor using existing towers if at all possible. Secondly, placing a cell tower in the neighborhood would change the character of our neighborhood and place an aesthetic blight amongst our farms and our gardens. Many of us moved to that corner of Clarke County to raise food, gardens, keep animals, and raise families. And we love the remote nature of our neighborhood and its pastoral landscape. We wanted to get away from the giant power poles and the cell phone towers and the constant lights. Putting a cell tower in our backyard would change our homes and our lands permanently. Finally, Verizon themselves stated at our meeting that they did not know of any citizen request for new service in this area. And at the last commission meeting, there was at least 7 concerned citizens who showed up. And at the meeting with Commissioners Denton and Thornton, over 12 people came. And I would dare say today, we have at least 12 or more people here tonight, and the overwhelming majority of them oppose this tower. We came out last month, we came out 2 weeks ago, and we come out tonight asking for your support. We voted for you, and we are your constituents, not Verizon. And so we ask you to choose us. Please choose us. Thank you, Ara Morris. And I would just add to that again, just a reminder that this large corporation is coming in that's wanting this tower. Their babies haven't been born here. Their babies haven't been born in our hospitals. Their kids haven't gone to our schools. Their grandmothers and mothers didn't raise us in our farmhouses and our front yards. And tonight, they're going to go back. First of all, they'll go back to their hotels, probably in their rented cars. And they'll go back to their probably first-class airlines, back to Atlanta or New York or Washington or wherever they're going to go, and eventually they will cash the paychecks that they have for sitting here through this all tonight. And they will never have to think about this again. But meanwhile, if you approve this, all these people here today who voted for you, who pay their taxes, who are not here tonight because they're getting a paycheck to be here. But every day we will have to drive by that and know that our voices were not heard tonight. So I ask you, let this day be a day when those who have a vested interest in this, our voices to be heard tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gladson.
Hello, I am woefully shy and introverted, so I may not even get this out. So here we go. I'm going to read, and let's hope for the best. My name is Chaz Collins. I live at 3005 Smoky Road, Athens, Georgia, 30601. And I'm speaking on the item I-20. And I am opposed to the special use variance being sought after for the 855 Nowhere Road Verizon Cell Tower. Allowing this change endangers the future, possibly very near future, of the zoning of the increasingly rare agricultural areas of Athens-Clarke County. The expansion of electrical poles and wires looming over the North Avenue Danielsville Road corridor stand as evidence of how granting seemingly insignificant or small exceptions today can lead to irreversible atrocities in the future. With these continuing encroachments these exceptions allow, we certainly run the risk of transforming this farmland and much of the also decades-old family lands into electric and technological dumping grounds, a wasteland both aesthetically and agriculturally impacting those of us who might be recently new farmers and homesteaders, or for the property values of the many families who have historically owned land in this area for generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Julia Reddish, and I'm speaking on behalf of Mar Turner, a landowner on Smoky Road, and she has a letter for me to read to you guys tonight. She says, "Dear council members, thank you very much for taking the time to hear our community's input. I own land within 1,200 feet of the proposed Nowhere Road cell tower site, which is a nature preserve and an organic herb farm. I have many concerns about the proposed tower, which would be visible from my land and have major impacts for myself and the community for years to come. My first concern is that building a cellular tower on Nowhere Road will diminish the rural characteristic and aesthetic of the adjoining agricultural area. Directly across the creek from the proposed cell tower site is a nearly 200-acre green space from which my land connects to 4 more small family farms and homesteads, and the Orange Twin Conservation Community, interrupted only by Smoky Road. These neighboring landowners with farms and gardens I've spoken with are opposed to the development of this cell tower. Athens benefits from retaining places where there is still a rural feel, where the pace is slower and the landscape is unbroken by industrial development. A cell tower would be more appropriately built in an area already zoned for commercial or industrial development, not in one of our last remaining rural communities. My second concern is that the development of the cell phone tower would directly reduce the value of my property as a nature preserve and organic farm. Studies which show an association between cell phone radiation and diminished health for humans and farm animals impact public perception and willingness to purchase land bordering a cell tower, in addition to other commonly held aesthetic concerns. A study published by the National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy found that 94% of home buyers say they are less interested and would pay less for a property near a cell tower. The local Palo Alto government recently stopped a proposed cell tower construction, stating peer-reviewed studies find that property values decline by 20% near cell towers. My third concern with the cell tower is that it is unnecessary. There is already adequate cell reception in this area for Verizon customers to use their phones. I'm able to use mine on Smoky Road without any problem. There is another tower just 1 mile away, which, if used by Verizon, would provide an adequate increase in coverage for Nowhere Road area. Agricultural land is not the place for cell phone towers. I believe the tower should be denied based on zoning concerns. Speaking for me personally, I purchased my land in order to preserve it in its natural state. I purchased the land because I fell in love with the rural area, one of the last quiet places around Athens where folks get to be just folks and live with dignity without high-end subdivisions and commercial development. pushing the lower income people out. Many others have purchased land in this area for the exact same reason. It would be heartbreaking to have a cell tower erected in the middle of this green space. I ask that a more suitable place be found for a cell tower in an industrial or commercially zoned area. Thank you all for hearing my concerns, the concerns of myself as well as those affected by the decisions. Thank you all. Sincerely, Marguerite Turner. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Ms. Radish.
Hi, my name is Kylie Hamlin Filkins. I am a property owner at 3010 Smoky Road. Here to speak, ask you guys to oppose the cell tower that is proposed for Nowhere Road. Nowhere Road. So I have lived in Athens for 28 years, and my family I grew up on the east side, and it was pretty rural out there for a little bit, and then like one thing after another, it started to change when Deer Park went in and the Walmart went in, and it just started with one little thing though, right? So when I started looking for property of my own in Athens, I was like, oh man, y'all, Smoky Road is really rural. It's got that nice agricultural feel. It's a good place for me to start or continue my farming efforts. So I bought property there 6 months ago and really excited to get everything moved out there. And now I hear like one little thing, this cell tower might go in. I'm like, this is really disappointing. But I think that it's really wonderful. There's a cell tower 1 mile away. I'm a Verizon wireless customer and I have great service out there. I don't understand why putting a cell tower 1 mile closer to a particular area would benefit any customers, especially if nobody's asked for service that isn't currently getting service. So I hope that you guys take this into consideration. If you guys approve the tower within a mile of another tower, it just sets the precedence for, let's put a cell tower every mile around Athens. I mean, what's going to stop the decision from being made in the future for something like that to happen if you approve this cell tower 1 mile away? So, take that into consideration. I hope you guys think this over, and please oppose the cell tower on Nowhere Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elkins.
Hi, my name is Shelley Ruth. I live at 3005 Smoky Road, and I am here to speak to the cell tower and hope that you guys consider opposing this request. So I think we all kind of have the same concerns about our community. We moved there to start farms. I moved there to start a farm. I built a home. I started an orchard. And then a vegetable farm, and now I have 6 little baby chickens that I love who provide me eggs, and this is our homestead. And it's unique to us, and it's one of the reasons that we chose to move to Athens and to move to this particular area, because it was zoned agricultural residential, and we expected, after working with the folks from the Planning Commission and understanding the requirements of Athens-Clarke County when it came to building and zoning and property use, that we could count on this area to stay agricultural and residential. And I get that times change, but sometimes I think that we should pay a little bit more attention to how we allow that change. And I think others have referred to when you drive down North Avenue, heading toward Danielsville Road in our area, I think it's atrocious, the giant metal power poles that have been put in place recently. And the area is just beginning to inch further and further and further into a beautiful agricultural rural landscape that there aren't that many left. And so, we moved here because this is how we wanted to live and establish ourselves. And I think, as you've heard most of the night from many, many people, there are so many things that make Athens uniquely Athens. And I think the music and art culture is one of them. And I also think the local farming culture is another. So Athens is hugely centered around local farming and local farmers being able to sell their wares at the local farmers markets on Bishop or West Broad or at the Daily Grocery Co-op. But, you know, as that age-old adage, give them an inch, they'll take a mile, I'm afraid that's what's going to happen. And I'm sure that the gentleman from Verizon that I met a couple weeks ago is going to speak a little bit more eloquently than I am, as he's a trained attorney and kind of knows how to handle these situations. And I'm just a farmer, you know, but I want to continue to be a farmer. And the final thing I'll say, because I see the orange light is coming on, is I think the ordinance already exists that says if there's opportunity for you to place this somewhere else, I think it's called a co-location, that you should seek out that opportunity. And that place does exist. There is a tower that Verizon can co-locate, and one of their competitors, AT&T, has done that. And I have AT&T, sorry, and I have no problems with my signal on Smoky Road.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Please vote no.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Troy Simon. I live on Kevin Lane. That's where my farm is located. I'm an ecologist at the University of Georgia, and the farm is located within 1,000 feet of the proposed tower location. First, I want to thank the commissioners for tabling the agenda item from the last meeting so we could have time to get the facts together, have a meeting with Commissioner Denson and Thornton to get the community together. And since then, we had that meeting and we learned that there is an existing tower owned by American Tower LLC, which Verizon could co-locate their antenna on only 1.25 miles away from the proposed new tower location. At our meeting, the Verizon lawyer could speak to this, but he said they would not co-locate on the American Tower because it was too close to an existing Verizon antenna to the north on 441. Since that meeting, I found out that AT&T has already made the exact decision in spite of Verizon saying it would never be done. AT&T shares the tower to the north with Verizon and also decided to co-locate on the existing American Tower, which Verizon said wouldn't make sense. I want to note that I also have AT&T and never get dropped calls, have great signal in that area. So Verizon can make model projections to say they're not going to have good signal, but all models need ground truthing. I'm a scientist. I got a cell phone on the ground and I get good signal all that whole area. I don't have any problems. And I've got maps here if you want to see. These are the existing AT&T locations. This is the tower that Verizon's already on. This is where AT&T is, and this is another existing Verizon or AT&T tower. Verizon is here. Verizon is here. They want to put a tower here, but I'm saying they could co-locate with AT&T that on the existing tower that's already right there. So Verizon brought some data to show the need for an additional tower, not co-located on the existing tower. To me, their data didn't really show that strong of evidence because the increase in capacity of the system by adding an additional tower would only add 11 to 15% to the capacity of the existing system by building a new tower versus putting one on the existing tower. Also, the tower wouldn't increase the coverage area by much, less than 1% for on-street coverage, 13% for in-car coverage, and 19% for in-building coverage. And my guess is they'll probably describe those numbers differently, but all I'm doing is subtracting the two numbers, the percent coverage for the new tower versus percent coverage would be on the co-location tower, and that's how I achieved those numbers. And I also want to note that there's a discrepancy in the planning department's report on the project. Their application report states that the co-location on the tower would not improve coverage for 2/3 of the desired coverage area. That would be 67%, not 1%, not 11%, not 19%. That would be 16%. So that's inaccurate information. So it seems that it's possible the commission, planning commission might have made a decision based on inaccurate information. And so we need better information from an independent source, like a radio frequency engineer. This is also the first proposed new tower that co-location would be possible on since the county's ordinance was written. Therefore, the decision on whether to allow Verizon to build a new tower is important not just for preserving the character of our neighborhood, but will have implications for all future cell towers that are proposed throughout the county. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 forbids local regulators to discriminate among providers. Therefore, if we allow Verizon to build a tower about 1.25 miles from an existing tower, we will set a dangerous precedent in the county such that we will no longer in the future be able to enforce our own ordinances to stop another provider from building a tower less than 1.25 miles from another existing tower, possibly also in a historically more sensitive area or environmentally sensitive area.
Thank you, Mr. Simon.
Thank you. And I also just want to note, I've got lots of letters from other people in my neighborhood who couldn't come. This is a woman who didn't have email, so she handwrote a letter just supporting what I've said.
Leave that with the attorney.
Yeah. And there's also been at least 6 other people who have emailed directly,
Thank you, Mr.
Benson
Simon.
and Oviedo.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good evening to the commission and representative. I'm James Witcher, and I live in the neighborhood there. I live at 4055 Smoky Road. And after finding out about this, I try to have a little garden out there, you know. And I would like to know that when I plant my garden, not gonna have any kind of poison to come in on it. So I just hope that we can find out more about this before this come in. And I just want to thank you, and I'm just concerned about the neighborhood, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Witcher.
Yeah, I'm Douglas Lumpkin. I live at 125 Kevin Lane. I've been living there about 50 years. Building, having a garden and all that. But if they put that tile there, it's going to be a mess. Because you don't know what's going to come from it, what they're going to cause. We got about 3 out there now. I can sit on my front porch and look at one. And get out in the street, look down the hill, I see a nothing. I said, we don't need a nothing out there. And I'm willing to vote no on it.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin.
Yeah. Excuse me. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Annie White, and I live next door to Mr. Lumpkin. And we've been on Kevin Lane. I'm at 130 Kevin Lane. And we've been there about the same time. And I think this is a nice neighborhood. Families, it's real quiet. But now if you put a cell tower there, it's going to be unsightly with all of the wires and everything. There's a lot of property around there where people probably would come in and build homes, but when they come and see that tower, they're not going to want to build out there. So that's going to take away. That's going to decrease the value of the property. And also, there are other things I think that we're thinking about them, but I think nobody else is thinking about it for us. We have no sewer, we have no garbage pickup, we have nothing recreational. And so now they want to build this tower out there. Why not give us some things that we really need, that we can benefit from in this neighborhood? So my question is, do we really need a tower, or is somebody getting some big bucks off of this? Please vote no. Please say no.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Well, it's me again. George Maxwell, 790 Darien Street, Athens, Georgia. But at this particular time, I represent Mrs. Betty J. Maxwell, resident at 135 Kevin Lane, Athens, Georgia. As we have listened to various speakers tonight, and I noticed the representative from Verizon is taking down our names and our comments so he can hold a grudge against us if we own Verizon's equipment. However, Verizon Wireless will serve as the anchor tenant for this tower. However, Verizon also owns two Verizon towers already in this vicinity. And on the tower that they are proposing to build, not only Verizon is going to be there, but they want to put 3 more carriers on that tower. So we're not only concerned about the one carrier, Verizon, but what about the other 3 that they're proposing to put on that tower? And then, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I have a little note right here that says that the application report states that the tower is not expected to be visible from the nearby wooded park property. To meet ordinance requirement, a balloon will be flown at the proposed height of the tower its visibility from surrounding locations can be determined. Now, has that balloon test been taken? No, y'all don't know?
Yes.
All right. Do we have the results of that test? Well, if you saw it, then I guess that's good. But it said it could be seen within 1,200 miles from subject property about the impending balloon test. Now, my wife had property at 135 Kevin Lane. She hadn't received a darn thing about the balloon test. She hadn't received no letters about the tower. We heard it through Mr. Troy. Called us and told us about the meeting. So that's why I'm here. My wife has been out there. These other people say they've been out there 50 years. My wife been out there longer than anybody. She was the first one to build a house out there. The others came later. So if they've been there 50 years, how long you think she been there? So for the good of the community, let them locate on the existing towers, which is only 1.3 miles west at 2900 Commerce Road. They say they don't want to co-locate because that won't give them the air that they want. Put it somewhere else. They don't need it out there.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell, and to Betty, infant homeowner.
Good evening, Andrea Farnham, 475 Brookwood Drive. I would like to speak on the prosperity package and workforce development. I'm not very smart, but one thing I can do is add, and I know that, 10 is bigger than 2. And when it comes to efforts to do anything about poverty, we're talking about how to help people build wealth, because we're talking about avenues and pathways for people to be able to accumulate means so that they can live, so they can do the stuff, so they can be free in our community, so they can eat and buy a house and do things. And there's only a few ways for that to occur. You build wealth through your job, so you have a decent job that pays enough for you to, buy things. And through being able to buy property and equity, being able to grow in the things that you own. So there's a few ways that is secured. And I think those of us who have built wealth in Athens are very aware of what the avenues for building wealth are. It's just an issue of, do we extend those avenues to communities that are, not white? So when it comes to a prosperity package and workforce development, I'm very interested in the idea of baby bonds, but in order for it to be anything, it has to have a certain amount of teeth. It can't be pennies. It has to be enough of a disbursement that actually means something. And so I love, the idea behind that. I'm interested in the commission doing some research on that and learning more about that. And I'm also interested, when we're talking about workforce development, I'm very concerned when we start talking about skills training or things like that, instead of something that actually secures workers' rights, like a worker center, like something that actually teaches people how to organize on their workplace, how to have worker protections, how to learn about organizing, collective bargaining, things that actually empower everyday workers to be able to secure some kind of decent pay and decent work conditions. We have a lot of people that work in Athens, but work very low-paying jobs. We have a lot of people that work service jobs, and we need worker protections. We have a lot of voices that represent developers and people that own stuff. We have a Chamber of Commerce, we have an Office of Economic Development, but what we don't have is a worker center, something that represents, the vast majority of us work for somebody, and we don't have anything that represents the voice of the people, of the working class, which is most of us. Well, maybe not you guys, but is me. And so I would strongly urge the commission, when you're talking about workforce development, to think of it in terms of workers' rights, a worker center, someone to actually represent workers and worker voices in all the decision-making aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Farnham.
go ahead. As long as they don't start my clock first. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name's David Kirk. I'm a planner, a certified planner and an attorney with Troutman Sanders, 600 Peachtree Street in Atlanta. With me is Kiersten Lurer of Patrick Marshall and Associates. We're here to speak on behalf of item 20 and, of course, in favor of item 20. We're both here on behalf of Verizon Wireless, which is seeking your approval to construct the tower that folks have been speaking about. I think it's important to clarify a fact. We are not asking that the zoning be changed. The zoning on this property will stay agricultural residential. Under the agricultural zoning, we are seeking a special use permit, which is something that is in your ordinance. So we're not seeking to change the character of the underlying zoning. In fact, most towers in rural Georgia, and I've been doing this for 20 years, most of the sites I have been involved with in rural Georgia are, in fact, on farms. I know you have a lot of information in your packet. You've heard a lot tonight. And you know, obviously, that one of the main reasons this was tabled was so that Commissioner Denson could get some additional information. We provided that to staff and to Commissioner Denson. This information, I think, clearly indicates the proposed tower would better serve the identified area of need than co-locating on the existing tower. A couple of things I do want to clarify. Commissioner Maxwell was the only one who was actually right about the distance of the existing tower, that's American Tower, from this site. It's 1.3 miles. If that tower worked, Verizon would be on it today. It is cheaper, it is faster to co-locate on an existing tower. You can do it by right. You simply go to the planning department and get a building permit. I know that because I helped write that law. So if that worked, we would be on it, and it doesn't. With the new tower that we're proposing, the area of improved service, depending upon the level of service, would be between 2.5 and 11 times that of the co-location. Nearly 3 times more residents would have the opportunity to have improved coverage with the new tower. One of the nearby Verizon tower locations that is currently operating over capacity would have up to 23 times more capacity relieved with a new tower than with the co-location. So that would not only provide more reliable service in our target area, but in the area that's currently served by that tower. All of this clearly demonstrates why Verizon made the business decision to pursue this site. This validates your professional staff's conclusion and your planning commission's unanimous conclusion that this tower should be approved, and that recommendation came to you. I see my time's almost up, so I want to say that finally I want you to consider the notion that reliable wireless service saves lives in this community. CDC data shows that in 2018, 57% of adults and 67% of children in America lived in households that had cut the cord and relied entirely on wireless service for personal, business, and emergency communication needs. 70% of 911 calls are made from a wireless device. Wireless service has become a true lifeline for the majority of the population nationally and here in Athens-Clarke County.
Kirk.
When you let him go a little longer, if I can go one half sentence, that would be great.
Do you have the
When
paper you
illness,
need to wait?
accident, fire, crime, or some other emergency requires them to summon help. Thank you for your attention and your indulgence. We're happy to answer any questions.
My name is Iremiose Frimpong. I'm at 475 Brookwood Drive, and I'm here to talk about the Prosperity Package / Workforce Development Plan. And I think it's a tantalizingly titled project that I think is going to be passed on the strength of the title alone rather than the efficacy, because it is a great title. Now, if anybody ever asks what Athens does for the generationally poor, we can say, well, we passed a prosperity package. We've done our job. Regardless of the content of that package. And the content of that package actually is what worries me, because I think there's only a handful of paths forward to seriously address the plight of working poverty in Athens. And that one of the paths I think is the most responsible one is actually centering worker empowerment. Right? We need to balance the power between workers and employers and developers. in the city and in governance. So the university has a lobbyist who I suspect is here, who has everyone here's phone number, and the Chamber of Commerce has a fleet of lobbyists / members who has, most people here's phone numbers and contact information. But how often do you hear from a worker representative who supports and advocates for the working poor as a class in Athens? And I suspect that is not sufficiently often. Or that person doesn't have enough juice to actually make your jobs uncomfortable in the same way that the university or the Chamber of Commerce does. And I think that's the way forward for prosperity in Athens. And I think, I suspect that anything that's not tied to worker empowerment, and I include worker education in that, is just a red herring. And I am suspicious of worker education and workforce development programs that center education, because at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to compete with older companies, right? For example, by my house, I believe Carol Daniel has a contract to build or just finish building Hillsman Middle School. Right, $30 million contract. Carol Daniels started in 1946. Right, the grandson owns the construction company right now. In 1946, or up through the 30s, at least 75% of the black workforce was either domestic help or sharecroppers / farm workers. So that means there is no company that can boast of 70 years or 60 odd years of doing this kind of work, because we were terrorized out of doing this kind of work by people in Gainesville and in Athens, and Carol Daniels is based in Gainesville. So if we're talking about actually building prosperity for Black Athens in Athens, we have to talk about how wealth has been racialized as white, and prosperity and poverty has been racialized as Black, and we need to actually put forth, I think, a 15 or 20-year plan to make sure that $30 million contract goes to Black Athens. But you need to actually put forth that plan, and you need a 15-year plan to start educating through Athens Tech, and with help of the city government, the next Athens-based Carol Daniels, and keep some of that treasure in Athens and shunt that treasure to Black Athens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Issei Frimpong. Any other speakers tonight on old or new business? All right, hearing none, we are going to move on to commission discussion of said old and new business, beginning with item number 20. And this is, in fact, in Commissioner Denson's district. So there's an ordinance. I'm going to have the attorney read that first.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special use approval of a wireless telecommunications facility in the AR Agricultural Residential District on an approximate 0.557 acre portion of a parcel of land at 855 Nowhere Road, comprised of 34 acres in total, and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Attorney. So this was tabled from last month, so that we had definitely some concerned residents who were not really familiar with what was happening here. And over the last month, myself and Commissioner Thornton also, as this kind of is almost on the line of our districts, met with a number of constituents. And I will definitely say, as you saw tonight, I think it's a pretty good sampling size of what I've seen. The vast majority of the residents in this area are not in favor of this tower being built. And I do appreciate Ms. Lurer and Mr. Kirk making themselves available and providing information to myself and to this whole body and to staff. From looking at that, from the engineer data provided, it seems that a good majority of the service improvements sought could also be obtained by co-locating this antenna on the existing American tower that is 1.3 miles away to the northwest. And there definitely would be some modest service improvements there. But I think our role here is to weigh that out. Is do those modest improvements outweigh the negative impacts that's perceived by the residents in this area? Some of those are listed tonight, and many of these things in our own code are listed as some of the things that we are allowed to consider when thinking about this special use. Impact of the tower upon scenic views and visual quality of the surrounding areas. potential decrease in property values, detrimental impact on green space preservation, not architecturally compatible with the surrounding area, and perceived negative impact on the character of the neighborhood by the expansion of this proposed use. And so I think to me, it's really we weigh these things out. And as I've been doing that myself personally, at least, I don't see, again, the modest service improvements that could be obtained by building a new tower over co-locating as outweighing those negative impacts, especially since this is obviously something that's not desired by this community that this tower would be mainly primarily serving. And it is true that, and right now, something that I learned going through this whole process is that, Athens-Clarke County does have a policy on the books in our code that states that the desire to maximize use of any new and existing telecommunications towers so as to minimize the need to construct new towers and minimize the total number of towers throughout ACC and maximize co-location of antennas as a primary option. So according to our own policy, we should definitely be prioritizing the co-location here. And we do have the data from Verizon's engineers, that does show that there is some modest improvements. But again, I don't think that they're, in my opinion, enough. So I see this as we have two options going forward. Going ahead and what I would at least suggest of not honoring this special use request. And if the rest of this body is not comfortable with that, we could still postpone this as we have a 150-day window after the permit's been filed, which will actually go past our February voting session. And instead, we can request that we get an independent expert opinion from an engineer, since right now the only data that we have to go on is the data that's been provided by the applicant. So those are the two options I kind of see going forward. I'm curious to hear what the rest of the body is interested in doing, especially Commissioner Thornton.
Commissioner Link?
I agree that, there doesn't seem to be a desire in the community, and this does violate several of the special use permit stipulations, C, D, E, and H. I mean, I think we have adequate reason to deny this.
Mariah, I'm sorry, Commissioner Parker.
Have we received input about what the cost would be to bring in an independent engineer? And I'm assuming that we would incur that cost.
I can speak to that. Actually, the way it's designed is it says, our code says additional fees shall be charged to cover the actual cost of local government, but obtain expert opinion, and basically we'll be charging, the applicant will be providing those costs, so.
Commissioner Thornton?
I had whispered to Commissioner Denson that I'm willing to bring in an outside person to give us an objective opinion. At this point, though, I would rather just deny the application. I just changed my mind just now, Tim, so it wasn't implied. I think, and I'm thinking about all the conversations we had earlier about the downtown historic district. And people were talking about how they want to revive it and they want to save it. And to me, I'm going to work with that. But I do not want 20 years to come later on and we're talking about North Athens. We need to save it. We need to preserve it. We need to preserve it now while we have the opportunity. I think from the comments that I heard, it's more moving now than before, but we keep doing this back. I know there's some risk. I understand that Attorney Judd did his job. He explained to me, what some of the implications could be, but for me to look back and say, oh, well, and it's a group of people coming down, well, we need to, let's preserve it now, and we don't have to worry about the 20 years later. So I'm just going to, my vote is going to be to deny the application.
Do you want to put a formal motion on the floor?
I would like to move that we deny the ordinance that is, has been presented.
I'll second it.
Other input? Commissioner Davenport?
I just want clarification from Commissioner Denson, because I kind of, did you state that Verizon would pay for the independent engineer?
And
okay,
staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but my if Bruce is in here, but from my discussions with them, that yes, they would.
Could I call Bruce Lonnie up for just a moment?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The provision is in the code where a third-party consultant can do a propagation study, and the cost of that is passed along through the applicant, so it's not borne by the county.
Yes, sir. Is that a substitute motion? I would like to do a substitute motion. Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to do a substitute motion to to actually do a independent study paid for by Verizon instead of denying the application.
All right, there's a substitute motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second from Commissioner Wright. Continued discussion. Commissioner Wright?
If I can get a little more feedback on what results come from this additional insight, because we spend a lot of time and we hear a lot of things about emergency service and the importance of the cell signal in our rural areas. And I guess to have more information from a third vendor, I would like, will it include the current coverage and the difference between co-locating coverage and the difference between the tower coverage? Is that the kind of information we'll get back?
Bruce, do you have just another moment? You may have run this rabbit in the past. When you see these kind of third-party analyses,
Yeah.
what kind of data do we see?
Essentially, what we're doing is we're paying another engineer to verify the information that's coming from the provider.
Okay.
So they will look through the full extent of the information that's been provided. Everything that you've seen already, they're going to make sure if it's correct, if their models were run properly, if all the variables were taken into account, and that's what we're paying them for.
Commissioner Parker?
That's what.
Who selects the engineer?
So in the past, when we've gone through this process, we've had to go out to bid. We find somebody who is qualified to do the work, is reasonably separated so that they are truly a third-party source. They really don't have an interest in the area or the service. So we have to verify that. We typically, we try to be fair with the type of cost estimates that we get back and make sure the person who does it is qualified. Years ago, we used a group out of Texas to provide this sort of analysis. It's been a while, so we would have to go find, we don't have an on-call person for this.
And this could happen within the 150-day window?
So the 150-day window ends February 7th. So you'd have your voting session prior to the window ending. That really kind of gives us 60 days, a tight 60 days to identify this person and have them do the work. In the past, it took a while to get the response, but that was 15 years ago. This kind of work, I imagine, is done, I'm assuming, on a little quicker turnaround.
Commissioner Thornton?
I can, I would go along with the amended substitute motion, but I want to be public and say this. I am really concerned that in this world where everybody's connected, it becomes an issue of, I appreciate Bruce saying about trying to make sure you don't get nobody, but my trust level is gone. There were some things that the Verizon representative said at the meeting that was a red flag for me. These relationships are there. I think maybe I just need to pull myself back from my emotions on this, but my trust level with corporate and folk, I'm almost sounding like a conspiracist like my partner, Melissa Link, but I I just am not trusting folk like that. And like I said, there were some things that I think the representative said that was very piercing for me. Is that the word? Probably. So I'm going along with it because I know the intent of your motion, but I do not feel very comfortable based on what we heard here today.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And I guess I'm just wondering, we're going to go through all this and do an extra engineering study. If we already feel like it doesn't meet the standards in the special use of C, D, E, and H, then I'd just as soon go ahead and deny it.
All right, so rules of order, Commissioner Denson.
Thank you. And I kind of definitely understand that also. I'm not sure if the data, even seeing the data right now, I'm not convinced that this needs to have a new tower. But beyond that, going in through this process now and realizing also we haven't had new towers built in a while because we've put this co-location policy in place. It's been effective. But I do want us, I want staff to put back into place this policy we've had in the past that is still on the books, that when this does come before us, we immediately kick in and have our independent expert opinion obtained from the get-go. Again, it's paid for by the applicant. I'm not sure why we wouldn't do that every time, honestly. It gives us more information to work from as a body when we're making these decisions. So moving forward, I'd really like to see that policy enforced.
I guess what I'm uncertain, and not having read that before, Commissioner Denson, is whether it had ever been the norm that there always was a second outside engineering analysis, or if that was only upon commission or planning commission request. So, Bruce, can you illuminate that a little bit?
In the early days of the ordinance, when we didn't have many towers, that third-party research was done as a matter of course. And co-location was not something that was a norm because providers wanted their own facilities. Frankly, we just haven't had that many in the years since. And so the deviation from that standard practice, I think, was born out of the results that typically were coming back from those propagation third-party studies. But absolutely, it's in the ordinance, and it's a worthwhile step, and it's certainly, if it's something you're asking for, we will do it.
Yep. Mr. Edwards?
I would like to know if it would help me, and I think this government, if we could go ahead and cite the chapter and verse of the zoning guidelines that this applicant is not adhering to. I know Commissioner Link referenced C, D, E, or some letters. If you could just read that out and make it part of the written record of this meeting.
Commissioner Denson, you used the text of the special use permit
Yeah,
process, did you not?
If we could just cite that, make that part of the record, and then further, cite something out of that co-locating ordinance, cite that co-locating ordinance so we can make that part of the record.
Sure. I mean, the co-locating is part of under Chapter 918 of our code, standards for telecommunications towers and antenna, and 918.2 under purpose. Is a large paragraph, but the applicable part of the paragraph says maximize use of any new and existing telecommunications towers so as to minimize the need to construct new towers and minimize the total number of towers throughout ACC. It also goes on to say maximize and encourage use of alternative tower structures and co-location of antennas as a primary option rather than the construction of single-use towers. And then I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe the part that Commissioner Link was citing was under 920, under special uses by action by the mayor and commission.
I was citing under J3. Will the zoning proposal have an adverse impact on the surrounding area? And it lists A through I, factors A through I, and I feel this proposal does not comply with C, D, E, and H. So C is architectural compatibility with the surrounding area. D is the possible impact on the environment, including but not limited to drainage, soil erosion and sedimentation, flooding, air quality and water quality, including the generation of smoke, dust, odors, or environmental pollutants. E is generation of noise, light, glare, and H is impact on the character of the neighborhood by the establishment or expansion of the proposed use in conjunction with similar uses.
Whether those factors apply in this instance.
Okay, so that's not relevant to the special use.
I just want clarification
Okay.
from staff on that.
From Bruce?
If I understand correctly, Commissioner Link there's a subsection J, and I'll see if I can get this right, 91876J, that references such other and additional standards of review as set forth in Chapter 920 concerning special uses of the zoning ordinance. So that's the link from this code section to 920, and that's where you're reading those standards is in 920, correct?
That's what I'm seeing here. And also, I can say under 918.7, J is on J. There's also, and to give Commissioner Edwards, so it's 918.7 A6J, but also 6I states impact of the tower and antenna upon scenic views and upon visual quality of surrounding areas is another element that has been stated. Yeah. So I'd say it's under I and J under 918.7 A6.
If I may, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
please.
So it's your position that tonight's unanimous opposition of the adjacent property owners tends to provide substantial evidence that this tower's 195-foot elevation will negatively impact the scenic views and the visual quality of the surrounding agriculturally zoned area. And that the design of this 195-foot antenna has no design features that have the effect of reducing or eliminating visual obtrusiveness, prompting the unanimous objection of the citizens that have come today to speak. And that the nature of the uses on adjacent and nearby properties is agricultural and rural in character, and that a 195-foot cell phone tower unanimously opposed by the adjacent property owners is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan of Athens-Clarke County for agricultural and rural zoned areas where agricultural uses are encouraged.
I would agree with that, Commissioner Edwards. And I would add, in addition to that, and this is the way that I'm viewing this, is that combining that with our code of ordinances specifically saying that we prioritize co-location, and I will read here, under the co-location article under 918.7, each telecommunications tower application shall be required by affidavit of the applicant to make a good faith effort to substantially demonstrate that no existing or planned towers can accommodate the applicant's proposed antenna as described below, and it goes on to state the actual uses there. So again, what I'm saying is due to that co-location and as an option, that I believe is, and I believe these engineer numbers that have been shown already, it is obviously an option that does a majority of the service improvements. That therefore it does not outweigh the negative impacts stated previously under 918.7, 8, 6, I, and J.
All All right, we have a motion and a substitute motion. Commissioner Davenport?
I would like to pull my substitute motion. So,
All right, so Commissioner Davenport's going to withdraw the substitute motion. So earlier motion of denial stands. Commissioner
I
Herrick?
just wanted to clarify that in the original motion, which I intend to support, that the reasons for denial are the reasons that Commissioner Edwards just listed. Is that part of your motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good.
But it was a motion made by Commissioner Thornton.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But yes,
Okay.
yes, all that he said.
All right, Clerk Spratling, can you provide a roll call, please?
Thornton?
Thornton?
Do
What's my
do you
name?
support
Yes,
this?
yes,
Hamby?
Yes.
Davenport?
yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Link?
Yes.
Wright?
Yes.
Denson?
Yes.
Edwards?
Yes.
Harrod?
Yep.
9 yes, 0 no.
All right, thank you for playing. All right, moving on to item number 21, expenditure of component of the prosperity package and the workforce development set aside that were both included as part of our FY20 budget. Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve options A, B, C, and D. Is there a D? I'm trying, sorry. That we approve the prosperity package, within the prosperity package, the partnership with the Family Connections, communities and schools. I said that right. And then also the workforce development.
I'll second that.
All right, and Attorney Drake's going to read the ordinance to amend the budget.
Okay, thank you.
There are two ordinance amendments related to this item. The first one is Attachment 1, an ordinance to amend the FY 2020 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for authorization to add 2 full-time grant specialist positions and related operating expenses in the Housing and Community Development Department and for other purposes. The second one is denoted as Attachment 2, an ordinance to amend the FY 2020 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for a neighborhood leaders program and for other purposes.
I had a motion on the floor from Commissioner Hamby. Who was the second?
Yeah.
Commissioner
second.
Denson was the second. All right, and additional input, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I just want to, first of all, I support this first step in making this prosperity package work, and we've got many steps to go. But I want to speak to the baby bonds idea, and I understand that's a program that's been very effective in other communities, and I had actually reached out to our former attorney a couple years back about a similar program as it would pertain to affordable housing grants. And from what I understand, programs like this violate the Georgia Constitutional Gratuities Clause. It's something that we can't even consider. I had a conversation with Attorney Drake this morning about that. I'm wondering if he could briefly recount how that proposal, how this community would not be allowed to undertake such a program. We would have to appeal to state legislators and I believe statewide referendum in order to change the Constitution, correct?
And Commissioner Link, just to lay the groundwork, obviously there are many ways programs can operate, but I think in the conversation that you're involved with this moment, you're imagining a direct payment from the unified government to individuals, and the way that baby bonds or CSAs or IDAs or comparable mechanisms work. Young person receives payment, and those payments obviously grow over time and then can be used for wealth building in the long term. So just to lay the framework for folks unfamiliar with the mechanism. So Attorney Drake.
Yes, that I do think that we're going to have issues with the gratuities clause. I actually spoke with Haley Banerjee, our Department of Community Development interim director, and asked her to do. She did some research on see if there's any other local governments in Georgia that do a similar program. She was not able to locate any. The gratuity clause though basically says you can't use general fund monies to provide a grant or private funds to an individual or entity, and so I think that would be something I would certainly be glad to look into with more diligence because this is the first. I have not fully researched it, but I do think it's going to be a real impediment to be able to institute that program. I do. And I'm aware there are some other states that may have that, but they don't have that prohibition in their constitution that prohibits a gratuity, and that just makes it much more difficult in that arena in the state of Georgia to implement such a program.
And it is a statewide referendum to change the Constitution, correct?
Well, that would be correct. You'd have to have a statewide referendum to change the Georgia Constitution, constitutional amendment.
Commissioner Parker?
I was just going to request further clarification from the attorney. So that clause also stipulates that we would not be able to afford funds to like a foundation or similar entity to then disperse such funds to participants in such a program.
I believe that is correct, but I'll be happy to look into it in more detail.
Great, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
There's a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Denson on the floor. Any further discussion?
Let's do it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Patrick?
All right, so Clerk Spratland, if you note, Commissioner Davenport opposed to item 21. All right, moving on to item number 22. I think you have in your packet a commission-defined option that Commissioner Davenport worked on quite a bit with Attorney Hines, who works with Attorney Drake. And I was just going to ask if Attorney Hines might be able to come up for a couple of minutes. I think she could sort of lay the sort of legal framework for the amendments that are in the commission-defined option under item number 22, just so you know the distinction between what was in the original item and the amended item. Thanks. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, an ordinance to amend the Code of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia with respect to special event composting and recycling and for other purposes.
All right. So in terms of the original ordinance and the policy, I really think it probably helps to talk about these as two different things. And if it's helpful for me to drill down in any of this, please let me know. But we have the departmental policy, which you all should have, as well as the ordinance changes, which are basically designed to help achieve what the policy is trying to implement. And so starting with the policy, I think that's the easiest way to do that, since this is what drove this. I would like to point out that this was vetted extensively with the Solid Waste Department, with Suki and Joe Dunlop, and then also with the Solid Waste Citizen Advisory Committee. And obviously, Commissioner Davenport has worked extensively on this CDO with us to provide us with insight on how to proceed. There were basically three goals in terms of updating this policy. And the first was to go ahead and update the language to reflect current practices and best practices in terms of our recycling policy. The second goal was to add composting as an option and also as a requirement in some circumstances. The real issue that Solid Waste pointed out is that when you're mandating recyclable materials to be used in situations where you're serving food, the problem is you're seeing high levels of food contamination. So basically you're requiring expensive recyclables that are not in fact actually going to be recycled. So that's not a good situation for anyone. And so we're trying to add this composting option to address that. And then finally, we want to make sure that we practice what we preach. So if it's something that we think that businesses or special event promoters or organizers need to do, then we also want to make sure that we, Athens-Clarke County, are doing it. So the main issue that came out of this policy update is the requirement or the option to compost. And I say option versus requirement because there's just a trigger for when it's required versus when it's an option. So first of all, it's an option for Athens-Clarke County departments who may want to compost every day within their facilities, especially places that have a lot of employees where they maybe they eat lunch at the building. And then the second part is that it's required, it's an option for any event that goes through the special event permitting process. However, it would be required under this change for any event where there are 2 or more food vendors. And while we called it food vendors to make it short, what we really mean is food and beverage vendors, anybody who's providing food that's intended to be consumed on site, essentially. And the reason that we stuck with that idea, because quite frankly, we originally were thinking of looking at estimates maybe on a event size. Solid Waste let us know that what really determines the impact on the landfill and solid waste is the number of food vendors that are on site. And so that's why we went with this approach. We did, however, identify a number of important exceptions, and I realize that some of them are a little confusing. But the first one is that we didn't want this to apply to professionally prepackaged items. So for instance, Little Ice Cream Dude, or someone who goes...
Popsicles, I think was one.
Popsicles, exactly. Someone going to Sam's Club and buying Lay's and prepackaged candy bars and reselling them. That's obviously not reasonable to require those to be in compostable materials. But for your average person who's cooking food on site and serving it in a plate, that's a little bit of a different experience, a different opportunity. We also wanted to make it so that it didn't apply to plastic cups, because those are one of the things that we can usually recycle even at large events. The distinction, though, is that it has to be plastic cups that are being used for basically non-viscous, free-flowing liquids. So again, a little confusing, but what we're talking about is beer, water, juice, sodas, things that are not necessarily going to stick or cling to the cups. If someone's serving chili, if someone's like doing a Frosty or like a mocha or something, that would be a little bit different. And then finally, we exempted straws. And the reason that we did this is because there's a really significant concern in the disability community that it's important for them to be able to access straws that someone couldn't bite through or that aren't necessarily going to dissolve and cause a choking hazard with someone not realizing that might be a risk to them. So the way that we addressed that issue was to make it so that straws are only available on demand. So they would have compostables perhaps if they'd like to, that have plastic, but just that they're not out there for everyone to grab, even though they may not actually need or really want one. So that's sort of the policy as a whole. And then we got into the ordinances to try to make this policy happen. The reason we had to do so many changes to the ordinance is that the way the ordinance is currently written is that any sort of penalties or any sort of compliance requirements are on the event organizer, not on the vendors themselves. So the concern is we have a very, very large event with, say, 15 food vendors. We don't want to take the large events permit because one food vendor didn't comply with our composting and recycling policy. And so what we have done is we have set up a new administrative hearing process for these food vendors. They would now be required to get a solid waste permit, and that would be all food vendors, even in situations where the event's only going to have one, for instance, food vendor. Then we would say to them, you basically you can use recycling, you can use compostable, whatever you'd like. This policy doesn't apply to you, but they still have to go through that permit so that solid waste can have that opportunity to educate and discuss our ordinance and whether it does or does not apply to them. For those that it does apply to, then that permit would trigger. We'd have that educational component. Solid Waste has a lot of plans in terms of signage and things that will help make this process as easy as possible. And then that way we can move forward with compliance efforts towards the actual vendor. And so just to ensure that compliance is where we want it to be moving forward. And what we've discussed is that, of course, as with any sort of procedure, there's the opportunity to give a warning before starting an administrative process, but that we did want to start with relatively hefty defined options, because there's the real risk that a vendor might say, well, if the fine is $200, that's just the cost of doing business, and I would rather pay the $200 and never comply with this requirement and just keep paying that. So what we looked at was a system of graduated penalties, and these would be civil penalties, of a first citation being a $200 to a $500 fine with discretion given to the administrative hearing officer, with a second violation, all subsequent ones, being a $1,000 fine. But that on the third violation, not only might you be subject to the $1,000 fine, but you also would have your ability to get a permit suspended for a period of 13 months. And the reason we chose 13 months was so that if you're a person who only comes to Athens to be a vendor at AthFest, right? That way you cannot participate in AthFest next year. We want to make sure that these are taken seriously. And so that was what we discussed with Solid Waste in terms of imposing, in developing this ordinance. So I think that mostly covers everything, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I will say that this is the administrative hearing, or the compliance language with the administrative hearing officer is taken directly from how we manage our alcohol ordinance violations. So it's a very similar process, and we'll continue to handle it the way we've always handled those.
Thank you, Attorney Hines. Appreciate that. Commissioner Davenport, did you want to go ahead
I'm
and
just saying, it's been 2 months back and forth. We both got sick. We're both over the phone. Thanksgiving holiday working on this thing. It complements our 2020 plan to be 70% using for the county government to be using 70% recyclable material. And plus, the landfill is in District 1. So this will help my people in District 1 to not see that landfill grow. But plus, it's we want to, as a government, set the standard for other businesses as well to eliminate as much waste as possible. But I would be remiss without thanking Sherry Hines, Joe Dunlop, the Solid Waste Advisory Commission, Suki Jensen, and as you guys commissioners know, I've delayed this thing many times. Put it on hold, and now you see why. So I think this is a good start, and I know y'all gonna vote for it.
Commissioner, do you want to put a motion on the floor?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Motion on the floor to approve.
To approve the commission-defined option?
I'll second.
And the commission-defined option, yes.
It's a motion from Commissioner Davenport, second from Commissioner Harrod. Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there is some clear process from the beginning so that the event coordinators are completely and totally aware of this ordinance and have some obligation or some commitment to also educating those food vendors so that there is clear information presented from the get-go, and the event operators know exactly what the ordinance is, so they can make their vendors aware.
So I guess, Manager Williams, the question would be that when somebody applies for a special event permit, will they get a substantial package of information about these new food and beverage requirements?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Commissioner Wright?
I wanted to compliment Commissioner Davenport. You have done what I would consider committee-level work on your commission-defined option. And I was happy. You said it was complicated and that you needed more time, and I see exactly what you're talking about. And I think it's well done, and it is something, it reminds me of something that would come out of LRC or GOC. So I appreciate your hard work. I'm ready to vote.
Came out of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee.
Oh, now you're gonna try to snatch some credit. Watch it.
All right, credit for everybody. All right, Clerk Spratlin, I think I'm just going to do all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, passes unanimously. Congratulations, Commissioner Davenport. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Sherry. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, moving forward, to item number 23. 23 saw a very slight amendment. I think there was a guardrail that in an earlier iteration had been listed as being on Mitchell Bridge Road, which is very different than, of course, Timothy Road. And so that amendment appears in this new version to make it clear that the guardrail that I think is the one that's in front of the Unitarian Universalist Church
Yeah, it is.
is part of this package. So
I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you.
there's an ordinance from Attorney Drake.
It's an ordinance to amend the FY 2020 annual operating and capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide funding for guardrail repairs and for other purposes.
All right, so there's a motion from Commissioner Hamby. Do I hear a second?
A second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby, a second from Commissioner Parker. Any other commission input? Commissioner Harrod?
Thank you. I just have a question. I know at our work session, I raised the issue of if people hit a guardrail through their fault, that are a drunk driver or whatever it happens to be, and we had talked about a mechanism to try to recoup some of those costs. That doesn't directly affect what we're voting on here, but I just want to confirm that that will be part of our standard operating procedure as we move forward.
Yes, and I've spoken to the police chief about, the officers trying to denote the damage so that we can, and set up a reporting mechanism where our safety and risk folks will know that and can make a claim.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that question. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Item number 25 has been removed from the agenda. That was acquisition of computer software for finance and HR.
24.
20. Oh, I apologize. Yeah, item number 24. I skipped right over that. This is the LMIG application submittal to GDOT.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Davenport. Any input on this item? All in favor? Again, item 25 was removed. There's some additional contract language that's being crafted. Moving on to item number 26. This is TSPLOST 2018 project number 13, the West Broad Street area, the roundabout that we spoke about last month. So Commissioner Link?
Yeah, there have been multiple meetings about this over the past year, and I've attended all but one of them when I was in the hospital. And it turns out that the folks from the plaza and folks from Hodgson Drive were not given notice of those meetings. So their input from the earliest stages of this project was not considered. What were presented are options 1, 1A, 2, a couple other options. And then this commission, as a result of our work session just a couple weeks ago, asked for a design that would basically became option 6, which is much more expensive and allows direct access from all the streets. I immediately understood the devastating on-the-ground impacts of that because I'm extremely familiar with the territory on the ground. You know, the need to completely pipe the stream, the diversion of the road, taking out a huge swath of trees, taking some private property. You know, I spoke with staff about this at the meeting. I had a private meeting with staff. I've had some consultation with folks from UON. I went door to door on the plaza. I reached out to folks on Hodgson. One Hodgson resident whose property would probably be completely condemned if we were to move forward with option 6. He didn't know anything about this at all. I just got a call from him yesterday morning. He read about it in Flagpole. And I'm sure you guys got his email. His name's Hunter Morris. He works out of town as a fishing guide. He's done a lot of restoration of his property. He bought that property because of the wooded lot and the stream. You know, if we were to move forward with option 6, we would be running a neighborhood thoroughfare through his backyard and piping the stream and removing the entire tree canopy that is basically of the most value in his eyes of his property. In my door-to-door work and my discussions, I've determined that option 1A is the most viable option. It has the fewest negative impacts on the existing neighborhood, but it still achieves the goals of calming that traffic. It's the traffic on West Broad as well as the traffic coming out of the neighborhood, you know, allowing for that traffic flow, and adding significant pedestrian and bicycle safety and bike Athens in Motion, you know, spoke earlier that, yes, you know, all of those options do achieve those goals. They achieve those goals at varying levels of effectiveness depending on what specific option. But it's clear that option 6A has an extremely detrimental on-the-ground impact. So I've presented this commission-defined option that's asking staff to move forward with the concept of option 1A. I know it might not be exact in the end, but the concept of option 1A, which allows full egress off of the plaza. But in order to get back onto the plaza, there's a slight access cut through between the barber shop and the funeral home. I'll just add that, you know, the user group recommended option 2, and there wasn't a lot of, you know, the residents of the plaza were not fond of option 2, primarily because it basically eliminates the current egress of the plaza and would leave a big dead space at the end of the street. And there's fears that that would remain a dead space, a vacant lot. And there's already some evidence of shady activity along the sidewalk and the stream part where there's just a wooded area. We have no funding or plans that would enable the creation of a park there. There's no guarantee if we were to move forward with that anything would ever happen there. It would just remain a big vacant space. Also, the impact of option 2 is greater on those two businesses. All the traffic on the plaza would be funneling between those two businesses. With 1A, it's only the traffic accessing the plaza, which is less than the traffic egressing. So all told, 1A seems like the very best option. I've gone over all of them over and over again, sat down in folks' living rooms with all the options spread out, had these conversations. 1A is by far the most acceptable option. That's the one I'm advocating for. But I also want to add the caveat that we do a full traffic analysis of the surrounding neighborhood. This project is presented as a TSPLOST project. The people of this community voted for this $4 million bucket of funds for pedestrian, bike, and general transportation improvements in the West Broad area. Most of the folks within the neighborhoods are not concerned about that intersection. They're concerned about the cut-through traffic and the speeding traffic and the running of the stop signs in their neighborhoods, on these narrow neighborhood streets where most of the homes are right up on the curb. So I'm asking that as part of this CDO, we move forward with the next conceptual phase surrounding option 1A, with additional traffic calming measures, addressing that slip lane, which I do feel has that direct access to Hancock and has the potential, or from Hancock, has the potential for some speeding traffic. Removing the slip lane and adding some additional raised crosswalks up Hancock, and doing that traffic study to determine other locations where we could use speed bumps, four-way stops, pedestrian medians, any traffic. As long as we can get the data, then we can move on to the next conversation about what kind of traffic calming is needed throughout both sides, neighborhoods on both sides of West Broad.
Commissioner Links described her commission-defined options. Is there other commission input? Commissioner Davenport?
That was kind of long, so we're just doing concept design, correct? Like any enhancements would be later.
Manager Williams, can you describe just generally the difference between kind of the concept phase and the engineering phase of a project like this?
Yes, and I know it's a bit confusing because you're looking at a very specific image. And that was really prompted by GDOT, who, as you know, proposed the first concept image, which cut off access to the plaza, which started y'all's, insistence that we look at different options. And so, but it is general in nature. They've done some, high-level measurements and laying it in there, but there's more engineering that needs to be done. So I want everybody to understand that it could change slightly. I mean, we're not going to change things altogether. And so what I'd like y'all, so with that caveat, if y'all can tell us a little bit about the things that you want to emphasize, pedestrian safety, vehicular decongestion, and the things you want to mitigate, impacts on property owners, stream impacts, that'll clear signal to the designers to make whatever concept that you choose, as optimal as it can be.
Commissioner Parker?
To that end, do we just recommend things to you all? Do we need to come up with a CDO right here that captures what we all?
I don't think so. I think when you move to approve, if you can just in your discussion say some consensus, perhaps, Mayor, if you can help. These are priorities for us that y'all agree on generally.
Yeah.
We'll convey that to the designers.
Sure. Yeah. And with that being said, I think priority is that came across in some of the public input that was given this evening and has arisen through Commissioner Link's really hard footwork that she's done over the last couple of months. I'm very interested in honoring concerns that the plaza will become an increasingly busy thoroughfare, and so thinking what we can do to keep it at the sort of traffic density that we have currently. I want to protect the creek. I know it's been compromised somewhat so far, and I do believe that option 1A does a better job of making sure that it's not further compromised, but any sort of plan moving forward that protects it, I'm in favor of, as well as a plan that will protect the tree canopy in this area that folks covet and value as a part of why they love living in that area. And I want to make sure we're protecting the property of folks like Dr. Shannon that came up and spoke tonight on Hodgson, who weren't aware that their properties might be, devalued or taken from them to create option 6. So a plan that addresses those 4 concerns, I'd be happy to vote for it. Right now, it sounds to me like that is option 1A and the CDO that's put forward by Commissioner Link. And so I would like to go ahead and make a second on that while we're at it.
So is Commissioner defined option put forward from Commissioner Link, second from Commissioner Parker, input from Commissioner Denson?
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I'll just state that I guess if in the way style that we're doing this, let's hope that this works. This is interesting. What I would like to see, I guess, would be option 6, but with the plaza on the current footprint that it exists now, therefore minimizing any environmental impact to the stream, the environmental areas there, and of course also to the landowners that are along the plaza. So that is what I'm putting out there, however we're doing this. On Commissioner Link's CDO, I do have a question, because one of the reasons I prefer 6 is I used to live on Indale, right off of Hancock, for a couple years. And it's definitely a little speed lane just down there. Right now, we kind of basically already have a bit of a slip lane already for Hancock, and it's problematic. And so I definitely think that having the slip lane in Hancock is one of the things I do not appreciate about 1A. And I heard Commissioner Link saying that she's going to have the slip lane removed, but the problem I don't understand is right now the plaza empties into that slip lane. So if we're getting rid of the slip lane, where is the egress for the plaza?
I mean, from my take on this is conceptual, and it's up to the engineers to take that next step. I mean, and figure out, I could see it being just a triangular turn lane rather than a dedicated slip lane. But 1A as the concept, where the plaza's footprint remains the same for the egress, but there is an access provided, since the roundabout would cut off access to get into the plaza from West Broad. I would feel confident leaving it up to the engineers to figure out what's the next phase of design, inspired by 1A to make it work and to assure that that creek, that watershed, that tree canopy is protected.
And Commissioner Wright next, and then Commissioner Harris.
Since we're sharing priorities for this huge project, huge transformation, corridor improvement, it's my understanding when GDOT does a project that you need to prioritize the landscaping from the beginning, because you don't get funding or space or design room for the plantings. Similar, if you picture Epps Bridge Road where it merges into Atlanta Highway, it's got great amount of plantings in there. It looks really great. But there is only one lane of Epps Bridge that merges so nicely into Atlanta Highway. And I think that we all would like to turn back the clock and have them had done the extra step. They said, I think, that the traffic volume wasn't such that it deserved the larger ramp, and now what we're left with is a very convoluted way to come in Epps Bridge Road and end up going out Atlanta Highway. And to make sure that we're moving forward, my priority is to be thinking further ahead, which option 6 does for me, in the way that Commissioner Denson has described it, and working on getting, again, this is a sketch, prioritize the alignment with Plaza as close as possible, and again, the landscaping part be incorporated in the beginning so that we're not stuck with a barren area at the end.
Commissioner Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Wright's, but particularly Commissioner Denson's comments. Obviously, we work together on an option that favors number 6. Much as we talked about with regards to the downtown historic district, I think there is some perhaps misunderstanding. I don't know where it's come from, but I think there is some misunderstanding that the different maps that we have in front of us are somehow the final product, and that's not. They are very much conceptual. There is lots of, I wouldn't say there's lots of time, but there is some time to make some amendments, and certainly whichever option we go forward with based upon tonight, we're going to have to do more engineering and planning and that kind of stuff. I mean, it's clear to me that there are several competing sets of issues that we need to consider. Mention has been made of the stream. Mention has been made of the tree canopy. Mention has been made of protecting people's private property. But we also do have to consider health and safety. And we know when our consultants were down here that they said that by far an option that looks something like number 6 is the safest for people both in vehicles and for pedestrians and for cyclists. So what I would like, in terms of giving the manager input, what I would like to do is to try and find a way where we can balance all of those different issues. Part of the reason for why the redesigned, quote-unquote, plaza, as it appears on the map, seems to take half of people's backyards is because of the location of Hancock. And where Hancock is shown to be coming into the roundabout. So one of the ways that we could move forward is to think about having the design team relocate exactly how Hancock comes onto the roundabout, the traffic circle. So I think option 6 is the superior option in terms of health and safety for people both in vehicles and also for pedestrians. But I'm also cognizant of not wanting to impinge on people's private property and to impact the tree canopy. So I think what Commissioner Denson mentioned makes sense. I think I would like to move forward with option 6, but to direct our staff to only work on that option within the right-of-way and to minimize impacts upon tree canopy. If we work within the right-of-way, we solve the issue of private property and the stream, because the stream runs on the private property. So that takes that off the table. Now, it's my understanding, Manager Williams, that if tonight we were to direct you to direct our consultants to look into number 6 with the caveats of remaining in the right-of-way and minimizing the impact on the tree canopy, that they could come back in with a more fine-tuned design in what time frame?
Okay. So to answer your question, and let me give a little context. In response to some of the questions I had today, I did talk to the consultants, hearing very clearly that the impacts to the private property owners was a concern. So if we focus on that, and should you go with 6, within 2 or 3 weeks, we would start with that to see if there was any way to keep it on the right-of-way. Now, what's driving this is we have to turn in the design concept to GDOT in March. And so there is, we need to keep moving forward. So if you were to follow that course of action, I would also ask you to go ahead and pick your second priority in case the designers can't do that and we don't lose any time. And so, besides making your priorities clear tonight, if you want to do that, then we would need a backup option as well. Then we would come, if if they were able to get it off the right of way, we would let GDOT take a quick look at it to make sure they were fine. Either way, before we submit it to GDOT, our plan is to bring it back to you, not through a formal agenda item process, but let you see it and perhaps have a public hearing, so folks can see what's being submitted. But once we submit it to GDOT, we pretty much need to stick with that.
So what you're saying is we could spend 2 or 3 weeks, the planner could come back and say, we just can't make this work within the parameters that you've given us, which is you stay within the right-of-way, you don't impact, there's no taking of people's private property, you don't impact the stream, you minimally impact the tree cover, which basically, following from what Commissioner Denson said, is to basically follow the plaza route as it is presently. If they come back in 2 to 3 weeks and say, we cannot make this work within those parameters, then we can immediately drop this option 6 and go to our secondary option. Is that correct?
Yes, and I just for the viewing public who may not have access to our drawings here, all of the roundabout options will impact some properties. There's a plumbing building at the corner of the plaza in West Broad that will impact the housing authority property. And in several of the iterations, including 1A and 1 and 2, there's a cut through between the barber shop and the funeral home, and there is a tree there that most likely would be impacted. So there is some right-of-way required from private property owners, but in many of the versions.
I guess what I should have clarified, I meant homeowners. Is kind of what I'm focusing on.
Residential impacts.
Yes, and so just some final comment. I mean, I do think that this is a superior option to the one that's on the floor at the moment, but I do agree with Commissioner Link that I don't think that slip road makes any sense whatsoever coming off Hancock, because that will turn it into a racetrack. And I've driven around thousands of roundabouts. I've never seen a slip road like that come onto a roundabout. So that is one, although I don't agree with her CDO in totality, that is one aspect that that I do think is important to remove from the plan.
Commissioner Denson asked, what would the egress be? And I'm not a traffic engineer, but I would imagine the slip lane goes away. It's just an extra lane. Plaza extends to meet Hancock.
Plaza extends to meet Hancock?
Yeah, I think the slip lane is running right alongside Hancock, right? So you eliminate a lane, so you would extend Plaza just to tee into Hancock proper. I would imagine.
And doesn't that get somewhat similar to, is it 1? Yeah.
Commissioner Hamby?
Sure. And maybe I can make a suggestion because it seems like there's a lot of stuff floating out there and it's hard to picture all of this. There's 2 suggestions I'm going to make. One, to address some of Commissioner Link's concerns about having some extra work done in West Broad. Certainly, it's been said to us that this project will not occur until 2024. I know some dollars need to be spent on some design and stuff like that ahead of time. According to Manager Williams, that's roughly about $1.5 million, right? So what I'm suggesting is when we go to vote on this, let's not be as specific about approved TSPLOST project number 13, because if you're not that specific, then it allows us to use some of the current TSPLOST dollars for other projects within the West Broad area, and leaves open the door to, and of course, we need to make sure it's on TSPLOST or some other funding source, but you'll see what I'm saying there. And I guess the second point is, if we're laying all these information out there and GDOT doesn't need their contract or concept until March, why is it that we just hold this until February, beginning of February, and vote on it then based on what you heard here tonight that you can express to our architects, so that we can have a drawing based on what Commissioner Link said and what Commissioner Harrods and Denson are saying, have the pretty pictures and people know what we're talking about, and then have them do that work and go from there.
Well, if it weren't for the March deadline, then the design process would carry us through probably April or May, and we would come back with preliminary plans like we normally do. But we're having to advance it a little bit quicker. So what I was suggesting is essentially the same thing, but we wouldn't go through a formal agenda item cycle. We would show it to all of you. We would get your feedback. We could have a public meeting and get their feedback. but we don't have time. They've got to do some design on the front end to figure out these logistics we talked about.
2 to 3 weeks, right?
And then they need some feedback from you and GDOT, and then they need to go back and finish it. And as I understand it, the concept design package is fairly comprehensive. I mean, it involves all necessary right-of-way, utility relocates, in addition to the design. It's not just simply a drawing that we provide.
So what point in March? Beginning of March or end of March?
I don't know.
Because, I mean, I'm just trying to save us some trouble. Yeah, I'm trying to just, never mind. You'll see what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, you're trying to make a mess.
I'm just trying to hold it, because this is confusing to me and to the public, so.
I just want to make sure we have another alternative, whatever that is. That's my only concern.
So just kind of summarizing, at least in terms of what seems like consensus about some of the thematic bent that we want the designers to bear. There's concern about appropriate traffic management on the plaza, interest in stream protection, interest in tree canopy enhancement, and interest in protection of residential properties.
I guess I would just make one small point. It appears to me that a lot of that tree canopy might be nearing the end of its life cycle. It's sort of mature water oak. So I don't want to reroute this project based on some water oaks that are at the end of their life cycle. I know there was one that fell on part of Broad Acres there. So let's be mindful of the species we're trying to preserve here.
As somebody who's seen 3 of them exit my yard in the last 15 years,
Well, Mayor, if I might, I think of the ones that we're talking about, 1, 1A, 2, and 6, I think one of the main differentiators is how Plaza connects. So 2, it's with Hancock, and 2 with it's dead on in the circle. So to try to simplify what you're wanting to achieve, I think those are the main differences between the 4. And I would say, I've heard everybody in agreement that a roundabout would be appropriate. So there's just some nuances there that we could let designers try to work through if you could just tell us what you do or don't like.
Well, I'll say, I'll voice my support for option 6, hoping that the designers can, as Commissioner Harrod alluded to, make that design work within some of the existing right-of-way, if possible. Because these, option 1 with these slip lanes and all of it looks like commotion to me. It just is not a beautiful design. I rest.
So certainly we've got a specific commission-defined option on the floor. Commissioner Link?
I just want to point out that what looks like commotion is exactly what helps to slow that traffic. And that's the real goal, especially slowing it coming into the neighborhoods. That's the concern of the folks in the neighborhoods. Their number one concern is traffic calming. They could give a crap if there's a roundabout there as long as we get some traffic calming. And the traffic coming through the intersection right now, if you hit a green light, they're going 40 miles an hour up Hancock or straight onto the plaza. And some of what scares folks about 6 is that it's still that straight shot. It's very clean. There isn't any of that commotion to make people put their feet on the brakes and before they actually enter the neighborhood. So I'm willing to redraft this CDO without naming any particular option, just the caveats that we stay away, that the design that's put forward remain within the existing right-of-way, and there are no impacts to the residential properties on Hodgson. And if the designers can make something work that's kind of a conglomeration of 6 and 1A that has the proper raised crosswalks and the proper pedestrian islands and commotion to slow the traffic. I'm a fan of commotion when it comes to, these are neighborhood streets. entering an urban state highway. This is not a confluence of major thoroughfares. If this was, say, Apsbridge Road and Atlanta Highway, or even Alps and West Broad, you know, I think a nice, big, fancy, clean roundabout might be warranted, but this is essentially a bunch of neighborhood streets. You know, this is where people are theoretically going 25 miles an hour and are used to stopping before they get onto the main road. So I think we need to keep that in mind. Yes, 6 looks pretty on paper. It looks like a starfish. But, you know, it's not about pretty. It's about the on-the-ground impacts and what we can do to assure that the traffic is slowed and that the impacts on the people who actually live there are as minimal as possible. And that we preserve our environment. I mean, every single one of those trees, I don't care how old it is and what species it is, it's sucking carbon out of the atmosphere. We don't have an ordinance protecting major mature trees. You know, this is the only green space in this surrounding area. And I know folks who live right at the bottom of the plaza, and they used to live up on Evans Street, and they had air conditioning bills through the roof in the summer. Since they moved to the plaza, their bills are minimal. I live across the street from a stream corridor where you have piles of aging water oaks. I don't run my air conditioning in the summer. You know, those folks in Broad Acres, I'm sure, are shaded by those water oaks. So I advocate for a caveat that none of the trees on the plaza are impacted. That whatever option comes forward sticks to the existing right-of-way on the plaza as it hits the residential properties. I do understand that plumbing business on the corner will likely be taken. Maybe there's some opportunity for some angling there to make for a cleaner roundabout and a cleaner access. I'm interested to see what the engineers could come up with those caveats that those residential properties, that stream, those trees, that watershed, that green space on the plaza is not impacted.
Commissioner Denson?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I just, I live right off of Whitehead and Tallahassee, so I go through that roundabout every single day. And the reason this is such a good idea is roundabouts, they themselves are traffic calming. It forces every single ingress into that traffic circle for the slow down. And if I remember correctly from the stuff the staff sent out based on all the projects, option 6 actually had the lowest exit velocity, which was only 22 miles per hour going into every single lane. So option 6, in that way, actually having traffic at the slowest point coming through the intersection, exiting the intersection, option 6 is actually going to be the one with the lowest speed vehicle speeds. And based on that, I'll go ahead and I guess make
a substitute motion.
Another substitute motion, right? I was told previous meeting I couldn't do that, but I'm going to do it again. Do it anyways.
There's only one motion on the floor.
Is there? Okay. So I'm gonna make a substitute motion that we go with 6, and with, as we have all said, the caveat that we have the plaza basically engineered to stay within the right of way that already exists there, and to that's fine there.
And given Manager Williams' comments, do you want to call out a sort of backup to?
Well, I have my concern. I'd be open to hearing from my fellow commissioners on what that is. My concern is I don't want to have an option that has the slip lane, which I think is existing in almost every other one.
So I think we can add that to the punch list of engineer directives.
Okay.
I've heard that, unless anybody disagrees with that.
Commissioner Herrick?
Well, I was going to second the motion. I mean, the staff option is option number 2. That was the staff recommended option. And as I read the, I think it's facts and issues. I'm sorry, this is such a big file that my computer's doing crazy things. Initially, the user group suggested option number 1. And when they took that to the residents, the feedback, so there was a, under facts and issues number 8, it says that the user group was Along with the GDOT approved concept, page 1 of attachment number 2, all of the other options developed but not recommended by the user group are shown in attachment number 2. Roundabout option number 1, which provides ride-in and ride-out access to and from the plaza, was presented at the October 24th public input meeting as the user group's preferred option. Based on the comments from that public meeting, the design engineers developed the now preferred option number 2. So I personally don't have any great attachment to either option number 1 or option number 2, but as the backup. But from what is in our report here, the people that attended the meetings preferred option number 2 over option number 1.
Commissioner Denson, would you med 2 as sort of a backup in your commission option?
Sure, I'll add into my motion that the backup is option 2 minus the Hancock slip lane.
And I'll second that.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Link, last opportunity.
I will not agree to that motion because option 2 enables a large vacant space where the plaza footprint is. And unless we're going to go ahead right now and allocate a couple $1 million to landscape that space and turn it into a proper park with appropriate lighting to ensure it's a safe space, the folks on the plaza were not happy about that, and I don't blame them. And these were folks that were not at those earlier meetings. They were not invited to those earlier meetings.
I will say, given the conceptual nature of all of these, I think staff has heard kind of interest in there being good tree canopy, sort of inviting public spaces broadly, and so I would hope that any future iteration of 2 would continue to hold up those values.
Well, and the attraction to 1A is also the idea that it somewhat discourages cut-through traffic on the plaza because it requires a left turn and a right turn to get onto it. So that traffic coming off the highway actually would require a zigzag, and it would encourage traffic further up Hancock, which is why I'm asking for this traffic study and these further, this traffic analysis and these further traffic calming devices uphill.
All right, so we've got a substitute motion on the floor. Any additional input? All right, roll call. Clerk?
Denson,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Harrod,
Yes.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport,
No.
Parker,
No.
Link,
No.
Wright.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 6 yes, 3 no.
Okay. Thank you all. All right, moving on to item number 27. This is approval of the SPLOST 2020 budget, authorizing budget transfer for program administration, and approval of an amendment to Jacobs Project Management Company program/project management professional services contract. If you could read that, Attorney, I appreciate it.
Attachment number 1, an ordinance to amend the FY 2020 annual operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to establish the budget for the special purpose local option sales tax SPLOST 2020 program, to establish a budget for each project, to amend the project budgets to reflect the allocation of funds for program administration expense, to authorize a budget transfer to consolidate the funding for program administration and for other purposes.
No, Commissioner Edwards had a commission-defined option on this. Commissioner Edwards, if you want to kick off conversation.
Sure. Following up on our discussions at the work session and agenda setting, I've produced this commission-defined option with the help of some of my colleagues. And you have this in front of you, and members of the public, there's some few other copies there on the rail, but it's fairly brief. Number 1 would direct staff to execute all documents to approve a contract amendment to the Jacobs Project Management Company in a not-to-exceed amount of $428,521 for professional services related to program management activities associated with the SPLOST 2011. And then number 2, direct staff to issue a request for proposals for companies to contract with ACC government to provide program project management services for SPLOST 2020. I believe that the bidding process is healthy for a government, and this is following up on the discussion we've had in the past couple meetings, and I would like to go ahead and just start off the SPLOST 2020, now that it's passed, with go ahead and issue an RFP and see what we get back in the next 2, 3, 4 months as we kick off this $300-some-odd million SPLOST construction contract. So I respectfully request the support of my colleagues as I move to adopt this commission-defined option.
I second it.
Manager Williams, could you just describe for kind of the listening public, so sort of what the difference would be between this commission-defined option and sort of the core item, and if there are some transitional needs that we might have as we move from prospectively one management group to another?
Sure. So if you don't approve the project budgets, then we can't create the accounts to spend money, but you could do that shortly after the RFP is issued. The bonds will be sold in February, and that's when funds would come available. The potential impacts, if you don't continue project management services, we've got 3 complex projects that are moving forward right now. I think on Bethel would be fine. The Athens Housing Authority and Columbia are taking the lead on that. The Judicial Center would just basically not progress until somebody was on board and helping us with that, and that's probably similar with the Classic Center. So you're just delaying moving those forward with, design. I can't speak to the Classic Centers. They've got sort of a plan to try to develop certain things to generate revenue for that. Ostensibly I can't speak for them, but they could hire as a consultant somebody to move their project forward if they wanted to for a brief period. The authority has a right to do that if they have the funds to do that. So those are some of the impacts that would, if you didn't extend the Jacobs contract.
So, Manager Williams, given that some of these projects have had at least some conceptual work done already, is an iteration of this to issue, as there is a not to exceed amount in Commissioner Edwards' commission-defined option number 1, some landmark at which, either in a dollar value or time stamp, we could say work could continue until X point?
Well, sure. I mean, you could do that. But I think that the first part of the CDO was just truing up the 2011 budget. It doesn't really speak to the 2020 budget.
And I think that's what we're concerned about, first of all, is the 2020 budget. I mean, certainly this is a new SPLOST program, a new way. At the end of the day, Jacobs is welcome to reapply. I would encourage them to do that. Certainly, it's no statement on their job performance. It's just an ability for us to be transparent and open and look for maybe some sort of options that may be out there beyond what we're doing. And I'm not saying that the option that we're doing is not good, but I'd like to see, it's a $330-something million project. I mean, it'd be irresponsible of us not to kind of take the due diligence. I mean, I want things done quick, but I want them done right. And this, if we have to wait 3 or 4 months to site select the courthouse or do whatever is the first steps associated with all that, then I'm fine with doing that, just because I want to make sure it's done right. And I appreciate the commission-defined option put forward by Commissioner Edwards.
Commissioner Wright?
I have a question for clarity involving, it would be the options that are in the packet, specifically page 582, if you're in the big package. It talks about how on this agenda item we need to adopt an ordinance pertaining to attachment 1 and 1A. Can you fit in where your commission-defined option fits in?
Well,
with these, like, make sure we cover what needs to be covered?
Yeah, sure. That would basically put those other items on hold.
Because the numbers could change?
Right.
Okay, that's exactly what I need to know. So this would be a substitute, the option relevant to those, because those other numbers would change if a bid came in with different administrative numbers, which is the whole point of what we're shopping.
Well, also, this is a pretty thick item here on the end of our agenda, and I would like a little more time to digest some of those budget numbers in that SPLOST. So
Okay.
I feel pretty comfortable just holding off on consideration of that part of it.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify for that. I'm okay with that.
Any other commission input? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're moving on to item number 28. This is the risk assessment audit selection tool that we discussed at the agenda setting meeting.
I motion that we approve.
I'll second.
I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, a second from Commissioner Link. Commissioner Wright?
Yeah, I wanted to just make sure to clarify that everybody was sure that this is not just a risk assessment tool, and perhaps the internal auditor, Ms. Maddox, could speak to this and explain how the risk assessment tool is, how you use it with current audits that are on your work plan versus the difference in potential work, potential ones.
Sure, thank you for the question. For current audits, the risk assessment questions in the questionnaire are basic questions that we ask during the interview. The questionnaire is actually designed to be disseminated throughout the entire government. And so for each audit, we actually ask the same questions that are on that survey, on that tool, on that questionnaire. And that's just to learn if there are any weaknesses in internal controls, policies, procedures, regulations, compliance. We ask that of every department. And the tool would allow us to do it for the entire, send that out to the entire government, and then provide that data to the audit committee so that they can make selections on upcoming audits, new audits.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, I did, thank you. And I just wanted to, the reason that I am not supportive of moving forward with this is because I know that in our committee meetings, and I feel like with staff in your department, that it takes a lot of time and effort with this risk assessment. And I guess I'm interested in the results of the 4 audits that are currently on the work plan. And I just wanted the group to know that I'm supportive of us getting the information from those audits in a timely manner and as fast as possible. And since this risk assessment tool is, at this point, or this agenda item is for future decisions on what areas we would want to audit, that I'm voting against it because I want the focus to be on the audits that are on the work plan and not something that could for future audits, since there's 4 currently in the department to be done.
Commissioner Davenport?
So, and I just want to clarify with, can't say Commissioner Maddox. Ms. Maddox, so currently there are 3 audits that are about to be completed, like 90% complete. And that was
correct.
using the old, and then we just, as a committee, decided to complete an audit that was on the table for 2 years, I believe, which was the animal control.
I'm confused. You said on the table?
We're moving forward, excuse me, yeah, I'm sorry. That was decided.
That was delayed. About a month ago.
Yeah, that was delayed. So this is on the table currently because for future audits, because you got 3 that are about 90% complete, you got 1 that's not started, correct?
The animal services pre-planning has started, but
Okay.
we've not met with any any groups nor staff at the animal services department yet.
Okay, so let's say a year down the road, that's completed, and we decide to say, let's audit the, and I'm just trying to speak to the public so they'll understand. We want to audit clerk of commission. They will have to go, you will first do the risk assessment alternative audit too, correct?
Well, normally in the industry, the risk assessment tool is completed annually by departments, and the results are provided to the committee. And based on what the priorities are that you set for your strategic goals for the year, that is how the discussion unfolds from there, what the commission would like to audit.
So the assessment tool pretty much determines what's at risk.
What areas, where are there weaknesses in, what areas where weaknesses exist?
And do you feel that, I'm sorry, and do you feel that this eliminates personal biases?
Absolutely. It allows everyone to make an objective decision or selection based on data and analysis.
And can you explain, just my last question, can you explain the heat index that helped determine the risk assessment tool?
Well, the heat index can be confusing because after the departments complete their scores, complete that questionnaire, they receive a score. We analyze it and then they receive a score. The score can be misleading because there are some departments that are inherently high risk, like the police department, the fire department. So they won't necessarily be in the red. So there's three colors: red, red, yellow, and green.
And red would be?
Red would be high risk.
Okay.
So one way to look at it is if a department does not have established policies and procedures, and there is inconsistency in how service delivery is performed, and that would be high risk. Especially if it was involving customer service to the public.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lincoln, then Herod and Thornton.
Yeah, we're simply asking to approve a tool. There's no reason why simply approving this tool would delay any work from the audit office, because we're not saying go ahead and send it. I mean, it's up to the committee to discuss when that tool gets used. Just because I have a hammer in my toolbox doesn't mean that, I'm in the middle of building a house.
Commissioner Thornton.
And I'm also going to agree with Commissioner Link. There has been work put into this. There has been time put into this. When we come back in, next year with our committee, this doesn't mean this is going to take priority to the audits already in play. So to shelve this now is a good indicator to me as a new commissioner on why stuff hasn't got done before. We put time into stuff and then we don't use it. Now, if the auditor, if Ms. Maddox misunderstood our direction, the committee supported this. We didn't go back and say, she didn't beat us up and say, I need to do this. We, as the committee, supported this. She put the time. Now, whether it's wrong or whether we misunderstood it, we still need to work on the audits that are already on the table. And then when we start our new cycle, this is already in our portfolio, and we pull it out and we use it. I'm still struggling why this is so complicated. It's a tool. It's just that, a tool. But it seems to me that we're spending all, for us to say we're not going to vote it or don't approve of it or whatever, I think that is not the way we should be using her time and our time. Now, if there's something else we don't want, then let's don't tell her to do that, or let's not approve it in committee and then roll it out and then pick it apart. This is what we directed. This is what the committee thought. It does not have to interfere with the audits on the table, but it is a tool for the future. I
Commissioner Harrod.
support this.
Thank you. I'm going to keep my comments brief. I don't intend to support this. We're where we are, we're here. I kind of wish that the effort that had gone into developing this had gone into doing some of the audits, frankly. But I don't really understand the point of this tool, because it seems to me if it's only going to be used selectively, if it's not going to be required to be used by every department every year to identify risk, what that tells me is it's only going to be used selectively on certain departments where we already have a concern that there is something risky in the first place, in which case we as the commission would direct an audit of that committee, of that department, excuse me. So, I'm probably going to be on the losing side on this, but I don't support this.
Ms. Massey, could you just speak to the kind of breadth of use and frequency?
Yes, the risk assessment tool is designed to be disseminated to all departments within the unified government on an annual basis. Mm-hmm. It's not departments aren't selected individually or by popularity or by reputation. The tool is sent out to all departments.
Which I understand that, so that would require a tremendous amount of staff power to do this. And I was just told by, I think it was Commissioner Link, but I won't swear to that because I can't remember who said it now, but I was just told by a commissioner that this would not be used all of the time. It would be used periodically. So which is it? Is it going to be sent out to all departments and they're going to be expected to do it every year, or is it going to be used selectively? In which case, if it's going to be used selectively, how do we choose which departments it's going to be selectively used with? And I'd imagine that the departments that it will be selectively used with are the ones that we have some concerns about anyway, in which case, why have the tool?
I can answer that.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I mean, it's meant to go out to all departments. It's the timing is what we would be deciding on. We could wait before it's sent out until until we get some more feedback on the current audits, but we just want to keep it waiting in the wings when the time comes for us to move forward with next year's work plan. That's the intention. And I will say, right now, audits are basically directed by hunches, rumor, whatever the audit committee feels needs to be audited. There is no ground for objective analysis. We can still use some of that qualitative analysis, but this gives us some tool of objectivity to inform those hunches and rumors or whatever has been used in the past to determine which departments get audited. There's no reason we can't have this in our toolbox, and when we get ready to discuss next year's work plan, have it sent out and take it from there.
Can I make a motion?
I'll move to-
There's already a motion on the floor.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's vote.
Roll call, Clerk Spratton.
Parker,
Yes.
Link,
Yes.
Wright,
No.
Denson,
Yes.
Edwards,
Yes.
Harrod,
No.
Thornton,
Yes.
Hamby,
Yes.
Davenport.
Yes.
7 yes, 2 no.
All right, motion carries. Item number 29, considered under suspension of rules that we've already agreed to, is the Stop Violence Against Women grant for the Superior and Clerk of Court application. It's a grant we've seen many times in the past.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion for approval from Commissioner Wright, second from Commissioner Edwards. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
I did have a question.
Commissioner Harrod?
So this is federal funds, is that correct?
Federal funds, correct.
Okay. So have they been appropriated for the upcoming year? Do you know?
Manager Williams, have these already been appropriated?
That's my understanding. Typically the federal funds start October, which is the timing of this. They're, depending on when they're actually appropriated, they release the call for applications and we apply for them.
Well, the reason I asked that question is I know that there's a whole slew of members of the House of Representatives that have voted against renewing the Violence Against
I
Women
think over
Act.
100 of them.
That's right. And I just wanted to make sure that the funds are there, given that a significant proportion of the House of Representatives, mostly from one party, seems to not think this is important.
Let me verify that for you, Commissioner.
All right, now is that time in the evening when we have community input on any item not on our agenda. We did. Oh, there's an ordinance. Could you read that? I appreciate it.
An ordinance to amend the FY 2020 operating capital budget for Athens-Clarke County, Georgia, so as to provide grant funding if awarded from the Georgia Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC Stop Violence Against Women Act, grant program for expenses related to continuation of a full-time senior probation officer position in Superior Court Probation Services and a full-time clerk position in the Clerk of Court's office, directly supporting efforts to prevent and reduce crimes of violence against women and for other purposes.
Thank you, Attorney Drake. I appreciate it. All right, rules of public input at the end of the evening are the same as they have ever been. 3 minutes. Light's going to turn green when you begin speaking, yellow when 30 seconds remain, and red when your time is up. Go.
I feel like I'm like a contestant on Survivor. I'm Lauren Blaze, 255 Oglethorpe Terrace, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Athens in Motion Commission, and several of us are still here. So as the first sidewalk projects in the Athens in Motion plan move from the design phase to the bidding phase, the Athens in Motion Commission would like to emphasize the scope of the plan, clarify the plan's prioritization criteria, and underscore our role as implementers of the plan in 3 minutes. The Athens in Motion Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan is not simply a checklist under the purview of Transportation and Public Works. It is a holistic approach for elected officials, ACC staff, the Athens in Motion Commission, other groups, and the public to most efficiently and effectively improve our transportation network for all users. To that end, it is essential to talk about any and all transportation infrastructure in the context of Athens in Motion. In addition, while each part of the network is essential, the Athens in Motion plan recognizes that not every project can be a top priority. To quote the plan, the prioritization criteria used were a proxy for identifying where improvements would be most impactful. There are 3 tiers of recommended improvements to our network, and the first tier alone contains 75 bike and pedestrian projects. So we're just getting started. According to our bylaws, this commission is charged with the responsibility of recommending projects, policies, and initiatives to the mayor and commission, that's you all. So we are prepared to consult the plan and to work with staff and the corridor committees to offer recommendations on all proposed bike and sidewalk projects. So Tier 1 projects along that have been proposed along Atlanta Highway, for example, total as much as $25 million. That's just the Tier 1 projects for that one area. So we will try to make the most of the limited $4 million that's coming from TSPLOST. So as a community, we're free to choose which projects make the most sense given upcoming maintenance opportunities and funding opportunities. However, as with a bike helmet, the plan does no good sitting at home on a shelf. The plan only works if we actually use it. So finally, the Athens in Motion Commission wishes to stress that the goal of equity in the plan does not refer to geographic equity, that is, dispersing projects and funding equally among areas. Rather, it refers to leveling racial and socioeconomic inequalities and disparities that exist in past funding of and attention to transportation infrastructure. So this letter was agreed and signed by all members of the Athens in Motion Commission, and we look forward to serving you guys well. And a copy of this letter is in your inbox.
Thank you, Ms. Blaze.
Hi. I can't believe I'm still here. I thought I'd be at the Foundry at 7:30. My name is Paula Loniak. I live in Oglethorpe County. I don't want to live there, but I do. I recently saw an item online about the possible plan to use one of the empty large stores at the Georgia Square Mall to be renovated into several living spaces for Athens homeless citizens. I'm in favor of finding ways to provide shelter for the people who've been unfortunate to find themselves homeless, so this idea is a good one, in my opinion. However, you may or may not recall that I suggested many months ago that the abandoned stores, the empty parking lots, and maybe the movie theater that's been vacant for a few years now could be renovated or replaced by a tiny house village. I described how the community could also include some shops and offices for local merchants and businesses. The village could also include some green space with some trails for walking and cycling, possibly a community garden with a farmer's market, maybe a playground, a dog run area, a community building for parties, meetings, and a guest room or two for overnight visitors, and other possible ways to make living there a pleasant experience. The mall's food cart could provide some quick dining options as well as possible jobs for the village residents. So when I saw that article about converting a store into homeless living spaces, I felt like my idea had been ignored, yet it was someone else's idea to house the homeless in a very similar way. I've been trying to educate you about what tiny houses are and convince you to rethink some zoning ordinances in order to allow tiny house communities in Athens-Clarke County for about 4 or 5 years now. And now it's going to be all right to change some zoning laws to permit them all to be a residential zone. I may be wrong on that. It feels like another slap in the face since I gave you the idea to begin with, and I think that the two plans don't need to be exclusive. In fact, as you probably know, some cities and towns around the country have built tiny houses for their homeless populations. Since there has been a mass exodus from the stores in and around the mall, there would be enough space to create both projects. The food court and other shops might even provide jobs for some of the homeless. I hope you'll consider this plan as I've described when it's time to decide what to do with the abandoned stores at the mall. The infrastructure is all there. We just need some forward-thinking individuals to create some much-needed affordable housing and some opportunities to provide shelter for homeless people to get them off the street and hopefully on their way to better living conditions. Win-win. I can't believe I'm still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loniak.
Good night.
Hello, my name is April Brown, Chairwoman of the Libertarian Party, address 234 Highland Park Drive. And the reason why I stayed so late tonight, and I'm so glad that you're still giving me the opportunity to speak again, is to discuss the proposal of the minimum drink raising laws. Commissioner Edwards, I know that you are highly in favor of this, but there's something that I've got to bring up. And it's something that's been brought up in this chamber many times. The UGA students, over 60% of them come from more affluent families versus Athens, Georgia locals, which are about 30% in poverty. Yet all of these laws that we have surrounded our bar community and our alcohol are usually centered around the students. This one included, because you did bring up underage drinking, the fights, the assaults, and a lot of this is happening more on the college side of town. But here's the thing. If over 60% of these students come from more affluent families, raising the minimum drink price is not going to really affect them. It's going to affect more of, say, Athenians like me, who budget out their money just so they can go to downtown Athens once a month. And so it was something that I wanted to kind of bring up. I mean, if you look at some of our different bars that we have on the towny side of town, you can see that they're offering discounted drinks and they're not having the constant issues that we're seeing at some other bars that I'm not going to name names, but I think we can all think of them off the top of our heads. I mean, for crying out loud, if Applebee's can figure out how to sell $1 daiquiris or margaritas without having constant issues that we're seeing in downtown, I think drink prices are not the issues. To me, what I'm seeing the issues is overpouring, over-serving, not checking IDs. And if that's the case, then you need to investigate the individual bars. And if they're not following the laws that are already in place, federal, state, and local, then they need to have their liquor license removed. Not necessarily putting a one-size-fits-all piece of legislation that's really not addressing the issues that we're having. Antoine Stevens, like I mentioned, he wanted to be here, but he wasn't able to, and he wanted me to mention, to remember in the past, that we actually had 2 bars in town that were designated, that were bringing in African Americans and people of color. And we haven't seen that in Athens for a while, and they were actually doing pretty well at that, and they were constantly having police hovered around them all the time. Yet for some reason, we have bars that will bring out fights into the middle of the street, and they barely get a slap on the wrist. Mocha Johnson also wanted me to bring up the fact that we have 2 bars owned by a man who is currently being charged with kidnapping and assault charges, and they're still open. So I'd love to talk with you all more about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Good morning, everybody. I think it's getting there. My name is Sam Raffle. I live at 230 Spalding Circle, Athens, Georgia. I hope y'all had a wonderful Thanksgiving and are looking forward to a joyous season ahead, the holiday season with family and friends. I wanted to address the ongoing issue tonight of our recommendation from our police department to take over all 911 communication, including medical. I think it's the need is even more apparent now after the Barrow Elementary call, where there was no EMS response, no fire response, and incredible difficulty getting accurate information. At the the July work session, Commissioners Neesmith, Hamby, Davenport, and Parker gave really strong support for this proposal, and I thank you for that. They were way more articulate than I could ever be, so I'm going to try to maybe restate some of their words. Commissioner Neesmith said, as far as being able to dispatch earlier, faster for a medical emergency, this is something, in my opinion, we've got to do. The idea of people having to explain their situation twice, I mean, I don't even like doing that when I'm buying something, and if I've got a loved one in serious trouble, that really would concern me a lot. So I'm hoping we can get there, and I'm hoping you guys can do that. I think we've got to do it. I really do. That's Commissioner Neesmith. Captain Kelly responded to that by saying, and that's the benefit of the emergency medical dispatch program. We would be able to give protocols immediately, and now my words, and dispatch the fire department more appropriately and consistently. Commissioner Hamby kind of tagged on to that by saying, but maybe we can do more as this year moves along within our current budget. Because I agree with Commissioner Neesmith. I mean, if I'm having to say I'm having trouble breathing twice, the second time I may not be breathing. So at any rate, I like this model, and I'd like to see what we could do to implement it quicker. Commissioner Davenport said, Commissioner Hamby, you knocked the ball out of the park, and that's what I was going to ask. Commissioner Parker added, I back up what Commissioner Neesmith said, to have these calls routed through Athens-Clarke County Police Department, and whatever we can do to support that process moving along more quickly, I would be in support of. And I would simply ask that, you know, if there are funds currently available in the fire or police budgets, that maybe some of those could be directed toward this process now to move things along before the 2021 budget, which I hope will fully fund it there. But the recommended option is, and this is the police department recommendation, their advantages, as stated, this workflow would allow Athens-Clarke County Police Department Central Communications personnel to seamlessly receive, process, and dispatch EMS calls. The workflow is consistent with current operations for law and fire events. Additionally, this workflow would better coordinate between fire and EMS units. Call takers using EMD protocols could provide direct and immediate instruction to callers experiencing critical medical emergencies. Have a great day. Go Dogs.
Thank you, Mr. Raffle.
Broad Area Flanagan, 215 Gresham Street. I came this evening actually to humbly ask a request of the Mayor Commission, but in lieu of some of the comments, I still want to humbly ask the request to allow my team that's been working on the baby bonds proposal to present to the full Mayor Commission, either at the retreat or at some other time. But I am aware of the gratuity clause. I can't remember who brought it to my attention a while back, but actually Mariah and I sat on her porch and I brought it up to her. She was a newly elected commissioner at the time, you know, still learning the role and being a PhD student as well. So I took it upon myself to go down to the city attorney's office, and what I was told by the secretary is that I could not meet with the city attorney because I had to go through a commissioner or something like that, she was saying. But that was one of the questions I was going to ask the city attorney about was that gratuities clause, because I am aware of that. I shared it with my team. I don't know all the legalese, and that language in some of those clauses, but I don't want us as a government to violate any constitutional law. But I think there are some workarounds that we can still work the Baby Ones program and proposal into, some of our prosperity package initiatives or programming. I think everybody has the summary that we sent out of part of our proposal, but nowhere in the proposal are we giving people direct money into their account. But like I said, I would love to hear back from the city attorney once he does a little bit more research around what the gratuities clause, and the state and federal constitution entails. And also, I'm just starting to realize through this process how outside of even my own experience with poverty growing up here in Athens, I was taking a young man to go get signed up for food stamps the other day. And we sat up there for 3 hours, and he found out that he could not qualify for food stamps because he is registered at Athens Tech. He's never taken a class at Athens Tech, but he's in a situation right now, a very transitional situation where he's couch surfing. So I'm trying to help the young man out and whatnot, but it's situations like that and little bitty clauses like that hinder people from even signing up for basic needs and getting some of those things met. So it's when people are working on initiatives and things like this, I need people to act with a sense of urgency in a way, because people out there struggling already, And like I said, I look forward to hearing back from you guys so we can start to hammer this thing out. I had a great conversation with a trust lawyer, actually, and another local banker that was talking about some of the things that we could do with this program. And he said he spoke to the CEO at the bank, and they aren't interested in pursuing a partnership or a program of this magnitude. So I would love to discuss those things and more further with this body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan.
Hello, Stephanie Flores, 317 North Chase Street. I want to echo sentiments proposed by Mr. Flanagan, and that I would like to have the opportunity, along with other folks working on this proposal, to present it to the mayor and commission either at this upcoming retreat or sometime in the near future. I also want to echo the point on urgency. I was speaking with someone the other day who's implementing restorative practices in schools and talking about how that works. He's doing a great job at it, but he said something that resonated with me, and it was I'm probably going to butcher it, but we need to act with as much patience as we do urgency. And that got me thinking, well, which part do we attribute to which? Which part do we act with patience and which part do we act with urgency? Because I don't think it's applicable to everything. So I think we need to understand that these are institutions. Poverty is an institution that has been in place and set up for years and generations. And so it's going to take some time to actually make that structural and cultural change. So back to what Irene was saying about actually committing 15 to 20 years in a plan for labor, for a serious labor plan that includes a labor center, an organizing center. Same thing with the Baby Bonds proposal, actually allowing and having patience for what 15 to 20 years could do to revolutionarily change people's lives and in that way make movement towards eradicating poverty. But what we do not have to have patience in is having these conversations. This is where we need to be urgent. We don't need to wait to talk about this and to hear ideas and to be creative about what we can actually do. I think that's where the urgency comes in, where we need to move forward. So I would love to have the opportunity to move forward and speak with y'all more on this. And then also in reference to the gratuitous exchange. I was also looking some stuff up on it, and it says that there's a lot of exceptions to it. So where the clause states that the donation or gratuity or to forgive any debt or obligation owing to the public is illegal, there are exceptions to this. So per Swanberg versus the City of Tybee Island, there is no gratuity involved where the local government is receiving substantial benefits in return. These benefits can come in the form of a reduced burden on the government or a direct benefit to the public. So similarly, any public welfare case where the gratuitous action, it can be valid is because the performance of the public service, the performance of the public service is affirmed by law because it's a public good, it's for the public good. So whatever we have to do to work around that, that's possible. It's the law. This law was actually meant to protect the people against corrupt politicians. So I don't think we want to use it in reverse to not protect the people from poverty, or we're kind of behind on that already, but to not implement programs that can actually alleviate some of these circumstances. So that's all I have. I want to thank y'all for being here at this time, and yeah, I hope to be in front of y'all again speaking on the baby bonds proposal in the near future.
Thank you, Ms. Flores.
Good evening. I'm Alice Willman, 243 Sunset Drive. Last comment in support of Mr. Flanagan's baby bonds proposal. Just wanted to speak to what sounds like maybe a misconception about the proposal. The funds would never go to individuals. They would not go into any kind of individual account, and there's no option to cash them out. How it would work is similar to the Hope Scholarship. There would be a pot of money that would be managed by one of the banks that we've been in touch with, and we have one, as Mr. Flanagan said, ready to do it. The money would sit in a bank, in a common fund, not in any individual's name, in a trust. And then when the recipients of the baby bonds get to a certain age, the money that they are entitled to in that common fund would be transferred directly to a college, or a vocational training school, or a mortgage company in the case of having a down payment on a house, or in some cases, if they're going to start a business, it would go directly to the institution that they would be getting training from, but it never goes into the individual's hands. So I want that to be clear. Second point, prosperity package, congratulations on passing that. That is a fantastic step. And I know all of you are serious about doing something about intergenerational poverty. If you're going to change intergenerational poverty, you have to make a transformational investment. Nobody moves up the socioeconomic ladder without assets. And nobody moves up without assets that are substantial enough that they won't just use them to weather a crisis, a temporary crisis, right? None of us got where we are in this room without some little pot of money that allowed us to get an education or get the networks that we need. Now, I should have introduced myself a little bit better in the beginning, actually. The reason that I know a little bit about this is because I'm an economist, and I studied with Derek Hamilton, who is the brains behind the baby bonds proposal that Cory Booker is proposing on a national level. So all that said, this is a serious proposal, and it can work. And I hope that we will get the chance to present it to you and have a conversation about it. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Wellman.
My name is Ayumi Osei Frimpong. I'm back. So there are two quick issues. There's a great little book called Behind the Mask of Chivalry written by Nancy McLean. She's a historian based out of Northwestern, but she wrote the book on the Athens Klan. And because the Klan here in Athens forgot to burn all of their meeting records and primary documents as directed by the national organization. So it's nice when our own local Klan can contribute to the nation's historical record. And the book is fascinating. It turns out that the Athens Klan membership was driven by white mill workers, and this is the second resurgence in the 20th century, was driven by white mill workers who were trying to improve their lot by starting businesses. And they were terrorizing black communities to scare off would-be competitions while securing their cheap labor. And the efforts were actually very successful. Those are the companies run by their grandsons and staffed by their cousins who win contracts and do business in contemporary Athens. And to be clear, they win and compete for contracts based on contacts that were accrued over generations and decades of experience. Now, the distribution and procurement system is what sustains Athens' racialized poverty and drives our public health and safety maladies. If we're serious about public safety and public health, I think we would formulate a 20-year plan to address this as a public safety issue by tracking our local businesses in more distressed areas so that they will be more competitive with generationally established businesses. And those generationally established businesses are firms that were allowed to mature and thrive in an era of open racial terrorism and are now based on surrounding counties. Like, again, this $30 million contract for Hillsman that goes to a business in Gainesville that was started in 1946 is a problem, and I think it should be a problem of public concern. And for example, even Jacobs Engineering, the company that's going to, well, that could take over the SPLOST project management, was built in 1947. You're not going to find a black-owned company that can boast of 70 years experience doing project management, because 70 years ago we were running from like a lot of your grandparents and great-grandparents. So, that's a structural thing that we can we can't actually address if we take this seriously. And I question how serious we are about ensuring that the 2040 SPLOST is going to be managed by a black firm, or at least a firm with at least 30% black management and employees. We can put in plans today now if we're serious about redressing what is a justice problem in 20 years. Now, we have 20 and 30 years plans for business development, but we have Band-Aids and crumbs for worker empowerment, especially when those workers are racialized and black. And this is why we have generational poverty on the black side and generational wealth on the white side in Athens in a way that can be productively and I think justly redressed. It's a bizarre asymmetry that's, I think, a problem in our politics. Not even in our Constitution, in our political will and sensibility. Now, the second issue I want to talk about is,
Mr. Joseph Frimpong, we appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Thank you for the double shot tonight. All right, now is that time when we have reports from appointed and elected officials. First couple items for myself. Just want to make sure everybody knows that there's a complete count committee that's now in place, sent membership to you via email today. So we're going to be fervently working across the community to make sure that people are being counted in the census, because every individual that's counted, depending on who's doing the math, is somewhere between about $11,000 and $16,000 per year per individual. So every person counted means something monetarily in a significant way to this community. Couple of committee assignments. I'm assigning to the Government Operations Committee the Home Occupation Ordinance for review, including consideration of noise creation and material and vehicle storage on site, and allowances for in-home child care at the greater population level permitted by the state. To the Legislative Review Committee, traffic calming and the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program for substandard streets, examining a sliding scale metric regarding speed and frequency of vehicles versus those current requirements. And then I'm putting in place a Prosperity Package Ad Hoc Committee comprised of Commissioners Edwards, Hamby, and Thornton. Their charge is to recommend a funding mechanism for the remaining funds in the Prosperity Package that was approved by this commission in FY20, focused on the following need areas: physical and behavioral health, educational efforts in the continuum from early childhood through post-secondary support and workforce development, business development needs for minority and underserved communities, and finally, stabilization efforts for challenged individuals or communities that suffer significant quality of life deficits. To achieve this, the committee should work with staff to create an application for funds and review the process that prioritizes high yield, high return on investment outcomes and impacts, as well as activities that include in-kind or partnership support, and consider how the grant writers and neighborhood leaders that were approved tonight can provide additional collaborative support to these efforts. And finally, I want to make note, because there had been some community question about the movement on the Community Police Advisory Board. It took us a number of months to coordinate a schedule with the ideal consultant. So through the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, we have that consultant. So essentially, first of the year, we'll be able to initiate the working group that will create that body. So that's all I have tonight. Anything from the manager tonight?
No, sir.
Anything from the attorney?
No, sir.
Anything from the auditor?
No, sir.
All right, and we are going to go in reverse numeric order and begin with Commissioner Hamby and end with Commissioner Davenport.
I had something, but it's gone.
I don't really have anything, and I usually
Don't
don't.
say but, just keep it moving.
And I usually don't respond to comments from the podium, but I can certainly say that my parents and grandparents did not run around wearing hoods, burning crosses, and terrorizing people, and I take great offense to that comment.
Ooh, you
Nothing to add.
I had just a couple of things. Manager Williams, I had, as I always review the contract awards in excess of $10,000 thing at the bottom there. And at the top of page 4, there's a weird one popped out to me. The Corrections Department spent $11,663 on duplex cookies.
Well, and I noted that too. I'll follow up and let you know about that. You know, oftentimes we'll buy food in bulk, but the duplex threw me off a little bit.
That's, I ran this across our budget. That's over 1% of the annual operating budget for the Corrections Department. And it comes out to, if you bought the cookies from Walmart, over 445,000 cookies. And we have 120 inmates there, giving you 3,706 cookies per inmate a year.
They're jacked up.
Well, let me clarify that.
I would love that. I want everybody to be able to have access to them cookies, but that's a little.
Well, and are you counting the jail and the corrections? Because they feed the jail and they feed themselves.
Okay.
Not that.
So that would be just the corrections population. Still, a lot of cookies. And it's kind of weird that it just pops out and it's not part of the regular food budget, but yeah. Yeah, just looking into that would be great. Speaking of baked goods, the gingerbread house competition by the Athens Gingerbread Guild is Thursday through Sunday. Starts Thursday night from 5 to 9 p.m. next to Chick's Piano. Y'all should go check it out because my wife and I have been working on a gingerbread house for like the last 5 days. All right, y'all should see it. And then the last thing I want to say, it's we just had Thanksgiving, and I want to say I've always been appreciative of this body, of the Mayor and Commission, the work that's done, and definitely the staff. But by being on this side of it, I've got to see it even more. So I'm very thankful to have a mayor and a commissioner body like this to be able to serve with. But I'm constantly, every day, impressed and appreciative of the Athens-Clarke County staff we have, and I'm very thankful for that. We have great employees here that do fantastic work and go out of their way every single day, so I appreciate that.
I'm ready to go home.
I'm ready for bed because I was up really late last night working on my own gingerbread creation. So I'm ready to go home and work on it a little more and hit the hay.
Yep.
Thank you. See y'all at the parade.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited for the parade. Is that Thursday?
Thursday evening.
Oh, good thing that you reminded me. I'm really excited to ride on that fire truck. Really excited to get a comprehensive non-discrimination ordinance assigned to committee. I'm glad we assigned some things tonight, but maybe not quite everything we should be working on. And I'd also like to ask the attorney to look into, with regards to the baby bonds proposal, what sort of legal precedent there is for issues with the gratuities clause that may or may not cover direct transferences between monies given by the unified government to a banking institution and then transferred directly to a institution of higher education or to a mortgage lender, as one of the speakers at the podium noted in the proposal, which I support. The money isn't going directly into the hands of people who might be members of its cohort. And so I'd like to see some research on whether or not that would violate that clause. Yeah.
Okay. Merry Christmas, everybody. This is technically not the new commission first year, but this is the first of the ending of the year, and I would have to say I've pleasantly enjoyed this year. Y'all have given me gray hair. So I thank y'all for that. And but I look forward to seeing y'all 2020.
Motion to adjourn.
Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all. Happy holidays.